5 minutos.
Good morning. We are going to start our fourth session, and I want to express that we are sorry for the time, but we are trying to wait for coming more person. This session is going to use Spanish by several speakers, even by myself. En ese sentido, quería, a modo de introducción, sí, yes, if you don't speak Spanish, perhaps you can receive the translator if you need. Okay. Well. Quiero aprovechar para agradecer el trabajo de los intérpretes, intenso y imprescindible. Quería hacer un comentario también acerca de CONAMA, Fundación CONAMA, la Fundación Congreso Nacional de Medio Ambiente, puesto que es una de las entidades colaboradoras de la organización. Yo estoy en representación de CONAMA. Y les explico, CONAMA es una comunidad de comunidades profesionales en el ámbito del medio ambiente y la sostenibilidad. Desde el año 1992 se celebra un congreso bianual, el Congreso Nacional de Medio Ambiente, en el que se encuentran todos los actores fundamentales de las administraciones públicas, de las empresas pequeñas, grandes, consultorías, el mundo de la academia, el mundo del tercer sector, se reúne en torno a el amplio abanico de temas que pueden incluirse en lo que consideramos sostenibilidad y muy orientado, es verdad, al medio ambiente. Durante las intervenciones ayer a mí me vinieron a la cabeza muchas reflexiones que se han hecho a lo largo de todos estos años en las distintas comunidades profesionales de la red CONAMA. Mi participación ha estado a lo largo de más de 20 años relacionada con los temas de gobernanza aplicado a la escala local en gran medida, pero no solo, asociado a temas como el urbanismo, la edificación, mucho la movilidad, el enforcement y, entre otras materias, el deporte. Esto me permite conectar esa actividad del CONAMA, ese perfil del CONAMA, con la actividad que vamos a hacer ahora. En el año 2004, en el Congreso Nacional del Medio Ambiente del año 2004, entre las muchas, numerosas mesas redondas, grupos de trabajo, etcétera, se organizó una sobre ética ambiental. Y fui invitado a participar en esa mesa redonda y en esa reflexión en calidad de persona vinculada al movimiento olímpico. En aquel momento era el responsable de Medio Ambiente y Sostenibilidad de una candidatura olímpica con el horizonte 2012, pero estamos hablando del 2004. Y cuando fui, empecé a hablar, o conté una experiencia vinculada al deporte para inmediatamente pasar a hablar de religión. Creo que fue decepcionante si esperaban los organizadores que hablara de deporte, pero hablé de religión. Y la anécdota o la historia es la siguiente, que les comparto rápidamente. Cuando Edmund Hillary conquista el Everest acompañado del Sherpa Tenzin, cuando llega a la cima, en esa proeza de montañismo, lo primero que hace es poner la bandera del Reino Unido, la Union Jack. Mientras estaba haciendo esto Hillary, el Sherpa Tenzin se sentó a rezar y humildemente pedir perdón a los dioses por el acto de soberbia de estar en aquel lugar majestuoso. Sir Edmund Hillary, muchos años después, en sus memorias, cuenta esto en el sentido de entender que él actuó como un tonto, como un soberbio, y el Sherpa que le acompañaba actuó sabiamente, porque él tenía un sentido de ese lugar, de esas montañas, conectado a una idea del mundo, de la existencia mucho más profunda. Edmund Hillary cuenta que para él eso fue una lección que necesitó años entenderla, y de hecho este deportista estuvo comprometido con la protección y conservación de los ecosistemas del Himalaya y de las culturas y de los modos tradicionales del Himalaya durante toda su vida. Esto, en aquel momento, es lo que conté, y lo puse en relación con ese lema en latín que expresa el espíritu del movimiento olímpico moderno desde los Juegos Olímpicos de Atenas de 1896. Es el lema en latín que dice Citius Altius Fortius, ¿no? Más lejos, más alto, más fuerte. Es un lema que responde a esas ideas de la modernidad, del crecimiento ilimitado, de la no autocontención, que es una dimensión esencialmente ética y que forma parte del paradigma de desarrollo sostenible en el que tratamos de movernos, la idea de la autocontención y de no pretender ir siempre Citius Altius Fortius. El Sherpa Tenzin hizo un ejercicio de mejora, de progreso, de avance, pero en términos de interioridad, de conexión con el cosmos, de paz interior, de respeto del entorno, ¿no? Y seguramente se conectó a generaciones anteriores a la suya, porque esto seguramente tendría un componente de aprendizaje e inspiración en las generaciones anteriores. Y con esta anécdota que me sirve para explicarles lo que es Fundación Conama, el tipo de actividades que hace Fundación Conama, y explicar el momento en el que desde Fundación Conama iniciamos actividades dedicadas a religión, que consistieron a lo largo de sucesivos congresos generar mesas redondas para hablar del tema, en el que estaban presentes representantes del mundo cristiano en sus distintas líneas, representantes del budismo, del mundo musulmán, del mundo judío, entre otros. Pues bien, hecha esta introducción, vamos a iniciar este diálogo, un diálogo que es exploratorio, es decir, no es habitual, entiendo, en estos encuentros traer este tema y dialogar sobre este tema, con lo cual es un primer intento, un ejercicio exploratorio de hacer reflexiones con la buena voluntad de que algunas de estas reflexiones puedan ser útiles para la cuestión fundamental de las personas que nos reunimos aquí. Van a intervenir 5 personas y vamos a dar palabra a la primera persona que interviene desde Estados Unidos. No, desde Israel. Desde Jerusalén. Es el rabí David Rosen, tiene múltiples cargos y tiene una presencia muy importante en las iniciativas en relación al diálogo de religiones, En este momento es miembro del Board de Religions for Peace y del Elijah Institute, entre otras muchas iniciativas. Welcome, David Rosen. It's an honor your presence, your participation here in our session, in our round table, and please, you have the word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is my pleasure and privilege to be with you and to address this very important theme. Despite Western attempts to present religion either as something that is in conflict with secularization, or often to categorize it as just faith, the study of the Pew Foundation has demonstrated that some 84% of the human population of our globe considers religion to play an important, if not central, role in their lives. For most adherents in the world, religion relates to behavior and belonging as much, if not more, than it relates to belief. Undoubtedly, such belonging or identity has been and often continues to be abused in conflicts, and religion tends to be part of that process. However, the solution cannot lie in avoiding religion. That is counterproductive and self-defeating, in effect, akrasia. If one does not want religion to be part of the problem, it must be part of the solution. This is true with regards to conflicts, as it is in relation to environmental challenges. Religion should naturally be at the forefront of environmental activism, for they claim not just that the ecosystem is humanity's common home, but that it is creation, the manifestation of the divine presence and wisdom. The 13th century spiritual and intellectual giant Maimonides makes the obvious point that one cannot truly fulfill the injunction to know God if one does not study science. And the 16th century rabbinic leader Rabbi Judah Loewy of Prague affirms that it is not possible to truly love the Creator as we are commanded if we do not love his creation. Thus, any act of disregard, let alone degradation of the environment and its components, is ultimately an impiety towards its creator, even a form of denial of the divine, the ultimate irreligiosity. Some religions have an easier time in making this argument than others, as there are those where so great a focus is placed on the otherworldly realm that there can be a weakening of a sense of responsibility towards this natural world. However, even such binarism cannot ever justify waste, greed, pollution, and willful degradation. From a religious perspective, this is absolutely impossible, indeed, to the very contrary. The Hebrew Bible affirms that the cosmos is the work of the Creator, and the book of Leviticus presents God as saying, quote, "The land is mine, and you are sojourners and temporary residents with me." End of quote. Ownership is never absolute, and our responsibility is to serve the common good, which, as Genesis affirms, is rooted in the inalienable sanctity of every human being's life and dignity, and that all sentient beings are filled with the breath of life. Much of human conflict has been and continues to be over resources, which our modern societies waste and pollute on an unprecedented scale. In addition, COVID-19 has highlighted not only our universal human interconnectedness, but also the way our lifestyles affect and are affected by the resources we use from the animal world as well. While it is not fully clear how COVID-19 was originally transmitted, there is much evidence to demonstrate its animal origin, and past epidemics such as Spanish flu, bird flu, swine flu, mad cow disease, Ebola, and others have all been zoonotic diseases. But environmentalists are increasingly pointing out to us that while human engagement with exotic animals has contributed to past pandemics, it is essential to recognize the central role that widespread current agricultural practices play, driven by the enormous human demand for affordable meat and other animal products. Aside from the enormous environmental damage caused by the intensive factory farming, the pollution of methane gases, destruction of rainforests for animal fodder, the wastage of land and water, etc., the conditions in the world's intensive factory farms, as well as the related massive use of antibiotics, are generating what scientists around the world, most recently an important South African study of the University of the Free State, have described as pandemics waiting to happen, which could well be on even greater scale than COVID-19. In addition to engaging religious institutions and leadership to be involved and even lead conflict resolution and reconciliation, religious communities and their leadership should be in the forefront of advocating changes in our eating and behavior habits, to adopt more sustainable, healthy, and compassionate lifestyles so that we may, in the words of Genesis, preserve and sustain the garden. In conclusion, let me quote the stunning statement of the environmentalist Gus Speth. Quote, "I used to think that top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that 30 years of good science could address these problems. I was wrong. The top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with these, we need a cultural and spiritual transformation, and we scientists don't know how to do that. But it is precisely religions that do know how to do this. Spiritual transformation is ultimately their métier. Authentic religious teaching calls on us to care for our neighbors, and especially the vulnerable, to share our bread with the hungry and to welcome the stranger, to be modest in our conduct and consumption, and appreciative of God's blessings, to care for his creation, our common home, and to promote peace for the flourishing of humanity as a whole. Religious engagement and leadership in this field is critical for the welfare of our society at large." Thank you very much.
Perdón. Bien. Bien. A continuación, entonces, vamos a dar la palabra a Joan Hernández y Serret, de la Universidad de Barcelona y representante de Religions for Peace en España. Joan, tienes la palabra.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Okay. Thank you very much for coming here. It's an honor to stay in the panel with all of you. Also, as I involved in the Religions for Peace, I'm going to talk to you about the interreligious dialogue. So I'm going to speak in English. Well, I want to try to speak in English. And I would like to focus about the interreligious dialogue, especially the characteristics of the interreligious dialogue in our society. I want to explain more or less that the same way that Robin sent to speak now. So my colleagues are going to talk from the religion and the experience. But before of that, I would like to share you a video, a film about how the people work with our interreligious dialogue work in the forest.
Rainforests, ecological marvels, millions of years in the making. Rainforests provide water, food, and livelihoods for billions of people around the world. They contain a staggering diversity of life. They create the oxygen we breathe and regulate our climate. They are our life support system. But rainforests are at grave risk Every second of every day, an irreplaceable rainforest the size of a football field is destroyed. Powerful economic and political interests are driving their destruction to produce beef, palm oil, and paper, wiping out countless species from existence, marginalizing the poor and deepening inequality, threatening the survival of indigenous communities, and destroying the best solution for climate change that we have. But there is still hope, where a different future awaits us, where faith unites us to make rainforests a shared spiritual priority, where we teach our communities that rainforests are a sacred trust, where we feed a growing planet without converting rainforests, where we work with companies to ensure their products are deforestation-free, and where we make sure that governments protect forests and the rights of indigenous peoples. This is the future where we do what is right. But we need to come together, affirm that protecting rainforests is a moral responsibility for all people of faith, mobilize a movement built on the values we share across our religions and spiritual traditions, stewardship of the earth and care for creation, a respect for human rights and human dignity, social and economic justice. The Interfaith Rainforest Initiative is doing just that, from the Amazon to the Congo Basin to the forests of Southeast Asia, rallying faith communities to act. We must end deforestation because her life depends on it. His life depends on it. Their future depends on it. We all depend on it.
Okay, so I would like to introduce my speech with this example. Okay, thank you. Because I think it's a good background, it's a good show how the power of the interreligious dialogue. In this context, I would like to share you some of characteristics of the interreligious dialogue in our society. And sorry, I'm going to open the PowerPoint. Yes, thank you. The first, I choose 5 points, maybe to choose another points, but I think it's interesting for you, these 5 points that I'm going to talk today. The first point is the interreligious dialogue groups are present throughout the world. This is important, all countries have an interreligious group. The interfaith group are connected between them to creating a powerful network. It is a natural network for commitment. Without commitment, there is not action. Without action, there is not transform. The potential of the interreligious dialogue, as I show you, arrive maybe when the other people have some difficulties. The second point is this interreligious dialogue as entities is a variety. We have different models of interreligious dialogue, not only one. We have types of interreligious dialogue for the religious experience, for the theological exchange, for the action, for everyday life, for the prayer, and also for the historic reconciliation. And this is very powerful. For example, here in Spain, we gathered Catholics and Protestants, and we talk about this historical reconciliation. So we have also the interreligious dialogue as NGOs. We have interreligious dialogue promoted by the administration, linking with the university. We have the different models who take care with different necessities. The another point is that religions carry out their action by the faith, by a commitment. Religions share more principles as known as the golden rules, regardless of their geographical or historical origin. The golden rule is based on the reciprocity. Reciprocity. Treat others as you would like them to treat you. This norm includes a connection or consideration, not only for the people in the group, but also involve all human beings. They act for the benefit of the human dignity. When we watching on the movie. It's the common base of all the religions expressed in shared ethical values. Hans Kuhn to talk about the common ethical values in 2006. It is because the religion's spiritual responsibility that the religions have the potential to act beyond personal or group interest for the good of the society known as well-being, and to be active and reference actor in the construction of companies in reconciliation process. The contribution of the interreligious dialogue is active in promoting the creation of more harmonious societies, peace building. For example, I'm going to show you how the contribution, and I want to insist that the religious community without seeking to cover this proposal, but they cover the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, like one measure maybe we can to use as of the social well-being impact. This research that I finished 4 years ago after studying the 400 international interreligious group, the dialogue groups. And so, as we see in the panel, all the SDGs are covered with the interreligious dialogue. No exist incompatibility of any SDG with interreligious dialogue. If one does it, all may do it. As you did, there are some SDG more covered than another. For example, the peace and justice is one of the more SDG that the interreligious dialogue group covered this. Why? Because peace and justice are at the end, the base of the interreligious dialogue. Without peace and justice, don't exist the interreligious dialogue. Another characteristic, for example, a map of the G opened the mind as a tool of work together. The religions can join effort. This is the sorry. No, sorry, I need it. It's not moving. Oop. Ahora. Sorry, the technical issues. Yeah. Okay. This is the last SDG covered. For example, the life beyond the water, because this is not accessible usually for the interreligious groups. This is this graph you can to see as the SDGs is not depend of the GDP. It doesn't matter. The countries to have more or less SDGs, they have the same work with the SDG. The maximum the people work with the SDG 16, the peace, justice as a strong institution. It's not depend of if the country is more rich than another. It's the purpose, it's the aim. And so we can to use also how the different interreligious group, the religious group can to join with the same purpose. We can to work together, for example, with the quality education, or for example, the sustainability cities. This is from the Islam, Judaism, and Christianism. This is, for example, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Shintoism, and also of course, the peace, justice, and strong is very powerful. It's not moving. I don't know. ¿No se mueve? Okay. Now. Okay. So let me only the 2 points very briefly. The interreligious dialogue is an antidote of the religious fundamentalism. There is an inverse correlation between interreligious dialogue and radicalism. The characteristics of interreligious dialogue are incompatible with an exclusive and reluctant attitudes toward the others. Interreligious dialogue implies a relationship. Interreligious dialogue fosters a great relationship and therefore a culture of peace. This interrelation implies an adaptation and an exchange between the subjects that to make up a group beyond the interests of each one. This in turn is the antidote to the radicalism with attitude to closing, the ethnocentrism. And the last point, but not less important, is the interreligious group may work together with other entities. In fact, in 1968, the World Council of Churches debated the issues of the climate change. They were the pioneer. And invite the African church who claim the justice. Now we know that we need to create a new paradigm of relationship. It is possible to unite the religious group, the private institution, and the administration in order to converge our potentialities. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Joan. Sin duda es una buena contextualización para la sesión, para la audiencia, toda la intervención y toda la exposición que nos has hecho sobre lo que significa el diálogo interreligioso y cómo está actuando el diálogo interreligioso. Vamos a dar la palabra a continuación a Swami Rameswarananda Giri de la Fundación Pi. Swami.
Encantado de estar aquí con todos ustedes y con el objeto de no extenderme, agradezco al Ministerio de Asuntos Exteriores, al embajador Ramón Blecua, por supuesto, y a todo su equipo, así como a todas las personas implicadas en la organización, la invitación a participar en este taller. Estimados amigos y amigas, hay un pequeño mantra que dice Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, que todos los seres en todos los mundos sean felices y se liberen de todo sufrimiento y que los pensamientos, palabras y obras de mi propia vida puedan de alguna manera contribuir a esa felicidad y libertad para todos. Este breve mantra recoge una de las máximas milenarias de la esencia del pensamiento hindú, que la expansión de la mente más allá de los habituales y limitados sentimientos egocéntricos para identificarse con la creación entera, reconociendo la esencial identidad y unidad que subyace en todos los seres vivos. Este mantra también nos envía un mensaje de advertencia que pone el énfasis en la importancia de mirar hacia el interior para promover en el exterior el cambio que deseamos. Yo me preguntaba, ¿qué puede traer al contexto de la mediación y a la resolución de conflictos un monje contemplativo hindú? Después de muchos años de trabajar en el marco del diálogo interreligioso, he llegado a comprender que aun con la mejor voluntad, cuando intentamos construir puentes entre las distintas racionalidades, nos encontramos con matices de carácter abstracto que no resultan fáciles de concebir al no haber nacido en ese consenso. Incluso siendo bilingüe y habiendo vivido durante décadas en esa otra cultura. Pero cuando experimentamos la amistad, la fraternidad y el sincero reconocimiento en la otra persona de nuestra propia condición humana, en definitiva, cuando amamos, Desaparecen las diferencias y las distancias. Para que una verdadera comunicación tenga lugar se requiere silencio. Esto puede sonar extraño, pero para nosotros el silencio no es ausencia de ruido. El silencio es ausencia de ideas preconcebidas, de juicios y de prejuicios. Solo en un espacio de silencio mental, por parte de quien escucha, se crea un espacio de escucha real que permite a la otra persona abrirse profundamente, en libertad, e incluso descubrirse a sí misma siendo alguien espontáneamente distinta. El problema reside en que toda persona cree tener la razón, la defiende, la justifica y la argumenta. Y es más, puede que la tenga en cierta medida, pero pocas personas están dispuestas a ceder para escuchar realmente. Sin embargo, solo aceptando totalmente a la otra persona desde el silencio mental al que me refiero y atendiendo profundamente a su particular forma de entender la realidad, podemos comunicarnos realmente con ella y atender a su necesidad. ¿Qué sucede cuando vemos una persona, un animal o un objeto? Lo primero que hacemos es nombrarlo. Decimos que es esto o es aquello. Pertenece a esa determinada especie y después determinamos si es bonito o no lo es. Y en consecuencia si nos gusta o no nos gusta. Entonces, si nos gusta, pensamos cómo encajaría en nuestra vida, en nuestro hogar o cómo poseerlo. En nuestro linaje se nos advierte desde el principio mismo de cómo las experiencias del pasado y el proceso del pensamiento interfieren de forma constante con la visión que tenemos de lo que acontece. Se nos dice que debemos estar atentos a la forma en la que percibimos y analizamos las situaciones, porque muchas veces vivimos a través de la proyección, de la atracción y el rechazo generado por la huella de las experiencias pasadas. Realmente, me pregunto, ¿podemos mirar a otra persona sin esa carga? Para el diálogo esto es fundamental. Quiero decir, ¿podemos mirar a la otra persona sin nombrarla? En realidad no hay nadie que esté mirando. Reconocer esto es importante. Entonces estás directamente en comunión con esta persona. ¿Es posible ver sin conocer y constatar que en realidad no hay nadie que esté mirando? La religión y más concretamente su dimensión espiritual tiene mucho que aportar para clarificar, reorientar y encontrar una solución a esta falta de silencio. Pienso que el origen de muchos de los conflictos activos que no encuentran una solución dialogada radica en la falta de educación o de conocimiento de este silencio mental, de ese estado de paz. Por ello me atrevo a decir que el estudio científico del alma será algún día indispensable en el futuro. Dicho estudio resulta indispensable porque, como decía Carl Gustav Jung en 1944 en Zúrich, en el epílogo de su obra Los complejos y el inconsciente, decía así, cito: «Con una claridad cada vez más meridiana parece en efecto que no son ni el hombre, ni los temblores de la tierra, ni los microbios, ni el cáncer, sino sencillamente el mismo ser humano lo que constituye el mayor peligro para sí mismo. La causa de esto es sencilla. No existe todavía ninguna protección eficaz contra las epidemias psíquicas. Ahora bien, estas epidemias son infinitamente más devastadoras que las peores catástrofes de la naturaleza. El máximo peligro que amenaza tanto al individuo como a los pueblos en general es el peligro psíquico. Ante él, la razón ha dado pruebas de una impotencia total, explicable por el hecho de que sus argumentos actúan sobre la conciencia, pero solo sobre la conciencia, sin tener el menor influjo sobre el inconsciente. Por consiguiente, un peligro mayor para el ser humano emana de la masa en el seno de la cual los efectos del inconsciente se acumulan, amordazando, sofocando las instancias razonables de la conciencia. Toda organización de masa constituye un peligro latente, al igual que una concentración de dinamita, pues de ella se desprenden efectos que nadie ha querido y que nadie es capaz de contener. Por eso es preciso desear ardientemente que la psicología, sus conocimientos y sus conquistas se difundan a una escala tal que todas las personas acaben por comprender de dónde proceden los máximos peligros que pesan sobre sus cabezas. Pienso que necesitamos de artistas de la comunicación en todas las áreas de nuestra sociedad, capaces de codificar un nuevo lenguaje que eleve las conciencias en vez de rebajarlas. Un mensaje nuevo que inspire a la gente más allá de las metas basadas cardinalmente en el análisis exclusivo y técnico de los mercados. Desde la tradición a la que pertenezco, el Vedanta, proponemos nuevas vías para desarrollar la sabiduría práctica y la ética de la virtud. No solo se trata de formar y educar a las personas en aptitudes y habilidades, sino ayudarlas a desarrollar una actitud interna que permita centrar la atención dispersa para volver a identificar a través de la experiencia de conocerse y transformarse lo que es esencial y eterno, y así promover la paz y el equilibrio. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Swami, por una aportación que añade perspectivas y sensibilidades al tema que nos ocupa, y vamos a dar la palabra a Dosuko Villalba, maestro budista y fundador y presidente de la comunidad budista Zen española de Soto.
Buenos días a todos. Antes que nada, muchísimas gracias por la invitación a la organización, por invitarme a estar presente en este encuentro tan estimulante y tan necesario. El tema es la paz ambiental, ¿verdad? Definida como la ausencia de conflictos entre los seres humanos y la naturaleza, por una parte, y entre los seres humanos en sí, teniendo como fondo el medio ambiente de una forma u otra. No hace falta decir que actualmente la humanidad está en guerra contra la naturaleza. Una guerra devastadora que estamos perdiendo y que no tenemos ninguna posibilidad de ganar. Hay muchos síntomas de los desastres que está provocando esta guerra, y todos los conocemos: calentamiento global, disminución de las especies, estamos en la 6ª extinción, se dice ya, ¿verdad? Y es necesario identificar todos estos síntomas, obviamente, y atenderlos y tratar de solucionarlos. Pero esta guerra es como un cíclope con muchos brazos, y corremos el riesgo de tratar de cortar un brazo aquí, un brazo allá, sin ir al meollo del asunto, sin ir al ojo del cíclope. ¿Y cuál es el ojo del cíclope desde mi punto de vista? Creo que podríamos identificar dos causas profundas. En primer lugar, la autopercepción que el ser humano actual tiene de sí mismo en su relación con la naturaleza. Esta autopercepción tiene su origen en la mitología, en la cosmología fundacionales de la cultura occidental, sobre todo. Y desde este punto de vista, ya se ha dicho aquí, la necesidad de cambiar de paradigma quiere decir la necesidad de redefinir la función del ser humano en el seno de la naturaleza y su relación con ella. Esto implicaría una actividad educacional de gran escala, pero previamente es muy importante que las religiones, y no solo las religiones, sino también la filosofía, la ciencia, la cultura, redefinamos las bases de una nueva civilización ecológica. Por eso, una de las propuestas podría ser que la Unión Europea facilite un trabajo de concilios, en el estilo de la Iglesia Católica, los concilios que fueron definiendo la fe de la Iglesia Católica, pues unos paneles, unos concilios que definan una posición del ser humano en el seno de la naturaleza y que elabore una carta ética que pueda ser aceptada por todas las religiones, por los agnósticos, por todo tipo de personas, un nuevo código ético para el ser humano en relación a la naturaleza. Y, en segundo lugar, como causas, yo indicaría la avaricia. La avaricia que tradicionalmente ha sido considerada por todas las tradiciones religiosas y humanistas como, digamos, un pecado capital o un deseo insano, actualmente se ha convertido en una especie de modelo universal. La avaricia definida como el afán desmedido de riqueza, la acumulación desmedida de riquezas materiales, por supuesto. Antiguamente la avaricia ha existido desde siempre, pero antiguamente solo era posible realizarla a aquellos que tenían el poder político, militar, para satisfacerla. Al mismo tiempo que las religiones siempre han puesto en guardia y han considerado, como digo, un pecado capital la avaricia. Pero con la desacralización del mundo, a partir del Renacimiento y sobre todo a partir de la Revolución Industrial, en la que se instauró un modelo económico de producción y de consumo para enriquecimiento de los dueños de los sistemas de producción y de consumo, y con el desarrollo de la publicidad al servicio del consumo, la avaricia se ha convertido en una plaga universal que afecta no ya solo a los países ricos, sino también a los países pobres, es decir, a los ciudadanos pobres, porque es como una epidemia emocional que se ha inoculado en las conciencias de millones y millones de seres humanos. La avaricia como el afán desmedido de acumular riquezas más allá de lo estrictamente necesario para una existencia digna. Obviamente la responsabilidad de esta avaricia no recae por igual en todas las naciones y los países, sino que aquí Occidente tiene una responsabilidad mayor porque es de aquí de donde ha salido el modelo que actualmente se ha universalizado. La sociedad de producción y de consumo. Producir más para consumir más, aunque lo que se produzca y lo que se consuma no satisfaga realmente una necesidad humana, sino simplemente por el hecho de producirlo y de consumo para generar más riqueza que va a manos de una minoría. Se dice que los combustibles fósiles son la principal fuente de energía de la civilización actual, pero yo creo que no. Yo creo que la principal fuente de energía de esta sociedad productivista y consumista es el deseo humano. En el sentido de que si no fuera por el deseo inducido en los seres humanos, esta sociedad de producción y consumo colapsaría, no podría continuar. Entonces, ¿de qué se trata? A través de la publicidad, a través de los medios de comunicación, estar estimulando y excitando continuamente el deseo en los seres humanos, deseos insanos, no deseos, digamos, naturales, basándose en una confusión, en una falacia básica, que es la de confundir las necesidades humanas con los deseos insanos. Así, mientras una parte de la humanidad, los países ricos, dedican una cantidad ingente de recursos naturales para satisfacer deseos insanos e innecesarios, otra gran parte de la humanidad no consigue llegar ni a la satisfacción de sus necesidades básicas. Este enorme desequilibrio es una gran amenaza para la seguridad. No solo la seguridad de los países ricos que pueden tener la intención de parapetarse en sus murallas para disfrutar de su riqueza, lo cual es un sueño ilusorio porque no hay murallas que contenga la avalancha y la energía generada por las masas de seres humanos que quieren acceder precisamente a ese modelo que a través de la televisión, de los medios de comunicación, se difunden universalmente como la panacea del estilo de vida. No puede haber seguridad sin justicia. No puede haber seguridad sin igualdad, si no se disminuye la desigualdad. No puede haber seguridad sin equidad. Entonces, ¿cómo frenar este incendio devastador que está provocando la avaricia, esta acumulación de deseos insanos que finalmente repercute en la naturaleza? Pues como dice la cita bíblica, habrá que allanar montañas y colmar los valles. Es decir, aquellos que están viviendo, produciendo una huella ecológica muy por encima de las necesidades básicas, deben reducir el funcionamiento de su economía. Deben producir una desaceleración de la economía, un enfriamiento de la economía. Y aquellos países que no llegan ni siquiera a poder satisfacer sus necesidades básicas deben ser ayudados a través de la transferencia de ingentes cantidades de riqueza y de recursos a fin de que las montañas puedan ser allanadas y los valles colmados. Desde el punto de vista, para nosotros, que vivimos en una cultura occidental, creo que la adopción de un estilo de vida basado en la simplicidad voluntaria, es decir, en la reducción consciente de nuestros deseos innecesarios, una actitud de contención, como se ha dicho aquí, ¿no? Un estilo de vida basado en la simplicidad voluntaria, basado en la expresión justo lo suficiente, just enough, ¿no? Eso significa una acción educativa de la población, significa un cambiar de orientación completamente. Ahora, millones de seres humanos están en la inercia de buscar esa satisfacción de deseos innecesarios. Revertir esa tendencia no será fácil, pero no hay suficientes recursos en la tierra para satisfacer la avaricia de 9.000 millones de seres humanos. Como decía Gandhi, hay suficiente en la tierra, hay suficientes recursos para todos, pero no lo bastante para la avaricia de muchos. Así que yo pienso que, así a líneas generales, esta es la línea de discusión que quiero lanzar. Muchas gracias por vuestra atención.
Muchísimas gracias, Dokuso. En relación a una cuestión muy concreta que has referido, quería señalar un aspecto. Has hecho referencia a la conveniencia de esos concilios que nos pudieran permitir poner en común visiones éticas, espirituales, religiosas. Bien, hay un documento, no es el único, y ha habido más iniciativas, pero sí que hay uno muy significativo que tenemos que recordar, que es la Carta de la Tierra, que seguramente algunos de los aquí presentes lo conozcan. La Carta de la Tierra nace de un proceso que se inicia en torno a 1997 por centenares de organizaciones, personalidades de todas las culturas del mundo, y da lugar al documento propiamente, Carta de la Tierra, en el año 2000. Entre los promotores está Maurice Strong, que había tenido un papel de liderazgo en la Cumbre de la Tierra de 1992, y precisamente una de las íntimas conclusiones que saca del proceso de formalización de la agenda global y de todos los mecanismos globales en los que ahora estamos en términos de gobernanza global, sea biodiversidad, cambio climático, desertificación, etc., una de las conclusiones que saca es la necesidad de complementar todos esos campos de acción con una llamada, con una convocatoria a lo espiritual. Desde la existencia muy potente y muy prometedora de un acervo de visión, de sabiduría, de conocimiento en lo espiritual, en las tradiciones, en las éticas, ¿no?, colectivas. Y con Maurice Strong están una serie de personalidades muy destacadas. Quizá la más famosa es Mikhail Gorbachev. Gorbachev fue uno de los personajes más involucrados en la Carta de la Tierra. Estaba también el comandante Cousteau. En España estuvo Federico Mayor Zaragoza. Y en el caso de Gorbachev, además, él, por su cuenta, creó Green Cross. Y siempre todo este tipo de consideraciones estaban vinculadas a la idea de la paz y a la idea de los diálogos. La Carta de la Tierra tuvo un momento de impulso, luego ya no tiene tanta presencia. Hubo un momento crítico que fue en la cumbre de Johannesburgo 2002, Río +10, donde hubo un intento de vincularla a los procesos formales de gobernanza, pero no terminó de prosperar. Pero está ahí esa iniciativa, igual que hay otras muchas iniciativas, pero da una idea de la importancia de esos concilios y de esos documentos. Por supuesto, personalidades, líderes religiosos como el Dalai Lama públicamente manifestaron su reconocimiento. Incluso en aquel momento el Papa Juan Pablo II manifestó ese reconocimiento, por señalar dos figuras. Vamos a dar la palabra a nuestro embajador Ramón Blecua y después de su intervención iniciamos un diálogo en común, toda la sala, y les voy ya animando a que vayan pensando en preguntas, consideraciones para compartir. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Antonio. Well, one of my hats, or part of my job description as ambassador for mediation and intercultural dialogue, has been always the interreligious dialogue as well. Alliance of Civilizations, the King Abdallah Center for Intercultural and Interreligious Dialogue, and several other initiatives. Here in Seville, you have the Three Cultures Foundations. Spain has been very much involved in this kind of in this process, partly because of our own history as a land in which the three main religions have been alternatively at war, but also have created some of the most extraordinary cultural cross-fertilization experiences that are still remembered and still are a reference. So I was always wondering how these two different elements connect. The question of interreligious dialogue and the question of peace building, mediation, conflict resolution. Because obviously, as you probably well imagine, religion normally has this idea of conflict and of intolerance as representing a truth that is absolute and that is obviously excluding other truths, has been the source of many conflicts. Recently, and especially after the famous story of the clash of civilizations, there's been a lot of efforts to turn religion into a bridge for understanding. And I think we had here very good examples of how religion is becoming and has been adopted by many religious leaders as a kind of space in which humans share this sacred dimension of existence that both Dokusho and Swami have clearly expressed. And I think Joanne will probably tell us something about the visit of the Pope he's organizing based on the, I think it's the anniversary for the 500th anniversary of San Ignacio de Loyola. So this question, or I mean this shared experience, I think religions may become a source of conflict if they stay in their merely ideological dimension. But certainly they're a sort of source of understanding and transformation when they go to the root of this human experience of rediscovering the connection between the individual and the universe and nature and environment. Dokusho, I think, talking extensively, also Rabbi Rosen did, how greed is at the root of our war with nature. So obviously, if we adopted this completely insane belief that unlimited growth and endless accumulation are actually physically possible, something that defies any kind of scientific analysis, but is being promoted as the only real truth in terms of social contracts. Our social contract is being based on one of the biggest lies that I've ever heard, that endless growth is possible, and is being promoted by every single politician across cultural, religious, or ideological divides. From the communist, former communist, to the ultra-liberal capitalist, growth is the only mantra that you hear. And growth can only be done at the expense of others, obviously, because there's not enough to share. So how do you actually turn that around? I think also Rabbi Rosen mentioned the question of the ethical compass, that science does not have an ethical compass. Science is just an instrument. It's an instrument that is conferring near divine powers to humans after the latest technological revolution. And I very much like a book that probably all of you have read or heard about, that is Homo Deus by Yuval Noah Harari. And Yuval Noah Harari describes, he is, by the way, the favorite guru of Silicon Valley, surprisingly. But he says basically that humans now have or will have a new religion coming from Silicon Valley that gives them these sort of divine powers, including the quest for immortality. The quest of immortality is not anymore something for the other world. It's something that biotechnology can give you if you have enough money to pay for it. And Google has a company. I mean, a great deal of the wealth that is being accumulated by Google is used in a company that actually has that very objective. Prolong human life to unlimited extensions. So if we are dealing with conflict, and conflict are fueled by inequality, and inequality not only in wealth but in access to resources and social services, and inequality is multiplying exponentially because of the accumulation, because obviously accumulation has a particular dynamic that those who have more get multiplied, that wealth, those who have little actually get diminished. So this inequality is obviously fueling, and we are seeing that all over the world, from Chile to Hong Kong. You have revolts, you have mostly young people, but not only, I mean, most of the social movements that we are seeing from the Middle East, across Africa, all the way to the most affluent societies, there is a sense of discomfort, confusion, and basically the belief that somebody is telling us a lie, and that politicians cannot be trusted. But what politicians do, they do what economists tell them to do or to say. They tell them, yeah, we can multiply wealth, because obviously science has no limits. And it's true in a way. It's true. If you look at the recent financial crisis, you don't need any more gold mines or silver or spices to create wealth. You just click, and the Federal Reserve multiplies your wealth by 100 times without actually changing anything in the productive system. So the virtual world is actually creating a virtual economy. But that virtual economy is not distributed to everybody. Only those who own the algorithms can actually do that, because there is a basic truth that wealth has only value if others don't have it. So I don't really have solutions, but I remember there was an initiative long time ago, I think it was about 10 years ago, when the Bhutanese government, who is a very poor country, started a campaign to promote a shift in the way economics are being measured. And they said that countries should actually not boast about GDP growth, but about gross domestic happiness. And I was in the presentation of the Prime Minister of Bhutan in New Delhi, in the parliament in New Delhi. And he made this presentation on his way to the UN. And I thought it was a brilliant idea, but of course, had absolutely no support from the economic powers, because, as I say, I think the most interesting thing that made capitalists so successful is precisely that doesn't give you happiness. And because it doesn't give you happiness, it makes you look for more. Because if you are not happy, it's because you don't have enough. So actually, the failure of the system is the basis of its success. If you, and I think Harari describes this very well, because he says that the question is about myths. And if enough people believe in one of them, in any myth, then that becomes the new reality. And actually humans have a tendency, and these religions normally pretend to have like eternal truths, but it's very interesting to see. I'm a historian, so there's a certain deformation in that. You tend to look a bit long term. And human myths change all the time, always with the same idea that they're eternal truths. And I always liked Oscar Wilde, who used to say, one of his very famous quotes, is that the only difference between eternal love and an affair is that an affair lasts longer. So I would say the only difference between eternal truths and probably witty quotes like this is that witty quotes last a bit longer. But anyway, that aside, I think there is a very fundamental issue, and it's that science doesn't have the answers. Science needs, because science cannot give meaning to existence. Science cannot give meaning to suffering, or cannot give meaning to death. Science can just do the tricks, improve your life in some ways, offer you solutions, health. But science and religion always have been in a very strange tango. I mean, sometimes going forward, sometimes going backwards, sometimes fighting each other. But at the end of the day, scientists, either they replace religion with a new kind of myth, and that is something that is probably happening, or go back to religion to ask for that meaning that they lack. The question of the environment, as has been said, is critical because it will cause the destruction of its own, of our own, let's say, society, if it goes unchecked. And religions are mobilizing, and the Pope have actually issued the Laudatio Si that you were putting in your presentation. Many others do. Patriarch Bartolomeo of Constantinople. I should finish, right? Okay, yeah. But anyway, a lot of these religious leaders have actually become extremely involved, but have been unable to mobilize public opinion or to change or to challenge these perceptions or these mantras of unlimited growth, because no politician will survive if he tells the constituency that they have to, you said what, freeze the economy or cool down the economy? I mean, it will certainly be his death sentence politically. So how is it possible, a shift in awareness in which actually politicians can say those things? Maybe religious leaders need to be a little more assertive. Maybe they have to be a little more, they have to engage in a different way. They have to make sure that this message gets to the decision-making circles. So I don't know if the councils will do the trick, but anyway, I let it there. Thank you.
Gracias, Ramón. Algunas píldoras antes de las preguntas. Ramón comentó ayer y ha vuelto a comentar hoy que nuestra actualidad está condicionada por unos pocos propietarios de los grandes algoritmos. Pues bien, escenarios similares nos los encontramos en el mundo de las semillas y de los agroquímicos de los que depende la alimentación, el sector de la agricultura. Y esto es algo que conecta con la siguiente sesión, la del paisaje. Después de las últimas fusiones empresariales, el 70% de las semillas y el 65% de los agroquímicos están en manos de 3 grandes multinacionales. Pero esto lo hablamos luego en relación con las 7.000 variedades con las que hasta hace unas pocas décadas nos alimentábamos la humanidad. Por supuesto, variedades adaptadas al clima, al suelo, a las características, a los gustos de esa diversidad de sociedades, de culturas y de las religiones. De 7.000 especies, luego lo veremos, vinculado al tema del paisaje, 3 grandes compañías concentran esos niveles de los royalties, de las semillas y de los agroquímicos. Hay una cuestión en relación con la lo espiritual que a lo mejor es interesante recordar aquí. Seguramente muchos de ustedes conocen el famoso libro de 1949 de Aldo Leopold, Sand County Almanac. Está considerado uno de los libros iniciales de la conciencia del compromiso ambiental. Aldo Leopold era un científico de lo forestal, de la gestión forestal. No era alguien especialmente vinculado a lo religioso, posiblemente fuera agnóstico o algo parecido, y en su famoso trabajo, el epílogo, la conclusión de su trabajo es una ética de la tierra. Y su principal mensaje es que es necesario un cambio interno, personal, para poder acometer lo que él ya en 1949 consideraba que eran los grandes desafíos de la supervivencia de la humanidad respecto a nuestros recursos naturales. En la relación ciencia y religión hay muchas cuestiones interesantes, pero les comento una encuesta que se hizo en Estados Unidos hace algunos años respecto a cuál era la actitud o la posición hacia la religión de los científicos e investigadores. Aproximadamente en Estados Unidos el 30% de los encuestados, 2.200 encuestas, eran agnósticos sin religión. El 20% eran personas espirituales, pero sin religión adscrita. Y un 50% eran religiosos, aunque, al parecer, muchos de ellos no lo exteriorizaban porque quizá no era oportuno o conveniente en sus entornos. Claro, Estados Unidos, nosotros, casi todos los que estamos aquí, que somos del mundo occidental, venimos de una sociedad muy secularizada, pero en el mundo, más allá de nuestro pequeño mundo occidental, en el mundo a escala global, se considera que entre el 85% y el 90% de los habitantes, para ellos, la religión es algo importante en su vida. Es muy difícil plantearnos las cuestiones que están recogidas en las grandes agendas a las que responden los grandes encuentros, sin tener en cuenta aspectos como los que estamos comentando de manera exploratoria en esta mesa redonda. Les invito a trasladar consideraciones y preguntas a nuestros panelistas. ¿Preguntas? Bien.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kira Finkev. I'm from the DGAP Climate Center, and I'm also part of the Vatican's COVID-19 Commission Ecology Task Force. My question is the concept of integral ecology. Is this a concept that can work across religions, or is this something that is somehow more ingrained in the Catholic Laudato Si movement? Thank you very much.
Si hay alguna... Sí, podemos hacer quizá una ronda de 3 preguntas para dar una idea de las inquietudes de la sala y que luego puedan intervenir los panelistas. Por favor.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Ambassador Ramon for having organized this session so that we are all now in a position to also take this spiritual dimension of our debate on what we can do for climate and peacemaking into account, and I'm really grateful for that. I have 2 questions. One is about the presentation about the Interreligious Faith Organization, where you did a survey on issues that most faiths or the organizers agreed on, education, peace and justice they agree on, but it said, the graph, that they didn't agree. There was no concurrence on climate action. And could you elaborate on why you think that would be? And my second question is, of late, you see many people and magazines and yoga studios get more interested in all kinds of more spiritual lifestyles, together with the capitalism that we talked about. So I would like to ask to the teachers, you teach people here in Europe, can we speak of a certain trend that people might becoming more spiritual or not? Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to thank the panelists for really inspiring remarks and the points you made about the need for cultural and spiritual transformation. However, given that we do live in a world of materialism and consumerism and people who are adrift, I'm wondering whether enough is being done by religions to role model peace with nature. Certainly the churches in Europe, in North America, in Latin America and Africa have vast land holdings. They have vast influence through the people they meet every day and every week. And I think the property ownership of other religions is also very large. And I know that there are examples of religions looking at their own assets and looking at their own land and looking at their own procurement and consumption. But I wonder if this is being sufficiently invested in to provide a model of how you can demonstrate good practice, ecological renovation, and so on. I have to say, in many urban areas, you see churches surrounded by degraded land, untended, and I see the same in many other parts of the world. So I just wonder if there isn't an opportunity, while not abandoning the central point, which is the need for spiritual transformation, but to show and role model new forms of behavior that can be an inspiration to others.
Muchísimas gracias. No sé si había otra pregunta. Sí, bien, de acuerdo.
Thank you very much for a really interesting panel. In the video that was shown where Jane Goodall was the narrator, she mentions at some point the notion of stewardship, which I suppose relates to a certain extent to this notion of compass, ethical compass, to realign the relationship between humanity and nature. I'd be curious to hear from each and every one of you how you resonate with this notion of stewardship, what you put into this notion of stewardship according to your own spiritual views. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. De cara a dialogar, responder a las cuestiones, vamos a iniciar las intervenciones de los panelistas con nuestro amigo David Rosen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Especially in light of the last question, it sounds to me as if I didn't do a very good job in my presentation. So I apologize if there was any lack of clarity. Because I think that at least what I was trying to express was precisely that religions have a unique sense and purpose of stewardship in the world. If you affirm that the cosmos is the creation, then its very manifestation is a manifestation of the divine in our world. Failure to care for it, to protect it, and to sustain it, and to ensure its productivity is a failure to respect the creator. And therefore, it seems to me, it should be obvious that stewardship is at the very essence of authentic religiosity. And therefore, that's the same goes to the question regarding integral ecology. If you don't have an integral ecology, then I fail to understand how you can be truly religious. You may have a faith, but you're not truly religious because it's not engaging your environment, your society, and therefore the ecosystem as a whole. So I would say the idea of integral ecology is central to, certainly, I would say, religions like especially Hinduism, and I would say Judaism. Where it seems to be new is amongst those religions where faith has been so much the issue of focus that it has been often at the expense of the other dimensions of religion. So where you have an idea that somehow faith can redeem your soul regardless, which maybe in its most extreme forms comes in certain Protestantism, there can be a danger of a certain neglect of the natural world and seeing social responsibilities as something secondary. But I think that there has been plenty of critique of that. And I would say that basically the theology that Pope Francis is now articulating is more in sync with the vast majority of religions and their teachings around the world. And the tension between nature and faith is something I think that especially comes out of a Christian bedrock. I don't think it's natural to any other of the great religions of the world. And I think that's changing. And I think that, as I say, I think that Pope Francis has played a very important role in changing that. In my opinion, very often in relation to the question about spirituality within modern society, very often the most spiritual movements have been those that have rebelled against institutional religion throughout history. Let's take the prophets of Israel. The prophets of Israel were great failures. They condemned the institutions of the monarchy, of the priesthood, wherever they saw there was corruption, of ethnocentricity, of any sense of superiority. They critiqued it. They didn't manage to change those societies. But to the credit of Jewish tradition, theirs are the words we remember. Those are the names we remember. Theirs are the critiques we remember. In that sense, there is a triumph of spirituality over the institutionalization of religion. And in my opinion, some of the rebellion in modern times against institutional religion is a demonstration precisely of spirituality and what I would call more authentic religiosity. So we become into a very confused context. I could go on about this a great deal, but I would just say one thing. I made a point with regards to a particular recommendation with regards to lifestyle, not just in terms of modesty and avoiding waste and sustainability, but also with regards to diet. I think diet is very central to an authentic spirituality. Now, it's very interesting to see that the move towards veganism in our world today is not coming from the majority from the institutional religion. Even those who write wonderful encyclicals about environmental responsibility are not necessarily advocating veganism. The vegan movement is coming very often from those who are not identifying as part and parcel of institutional religious bodies. But I think that they are the truly spiritual ones, and that you see today manifestations of spirituality within our world which are very enriching. There is a danger, because very often these tend to be sometimes egocentric, too focused upon the individual, lacking a sense of community and collective responsibility. But nevertheless, in essence, I see that there is a very positive spiritual force in our world today. You know that the Pew study indicated that 84% of our world defines itself in religious terms. But in America, you see an increase of those who define themselves as non-affiliated. But when the question comes whether they seek spiritual meaning in their lives or whether they have a sense of the transcendent, there is an overwhelming majority. The figures are almost in reverse proportion. So non-affiliation to religion and institutional decline is not necessarily an indication of a reduction of spirituality. Sometimes it's to the very contrary.
Muchísimas gracias, David. Invito al resto de los ponentes a contestar a las cuestiones. Había una directa a ti, Joan, por parte de Marco.
Thank you very much. I would like to talk two questions. I think that all the religions are attentive to the climate change. Some very explicitly, some very implicitly, and some as intuitions. And for me, the crisis of the climate change has forced the religions to reread, to re-over their texts, and to rethink the theological issues for an environment perspective. And in this work, the interreligious dialogue is fundamental, because the dialogue is to give and to receive. And in this process, to give and to receive, there are many religions have to go to work together. And I know you answered one question about the, I think.
The wealth of...
Yeah, because I remember that. Okay, another question about what using, no? Ahora el mapa, ¿no? El mapa. My work is only a map of SDGs, and also is a tool, and maybe to be more awareness of how the interreligious dialogue can to contribute the harmony in our society, and maybe you can to use maybe into ways work for the religion itself, for the interreligious dialogue, to be conscious about which kind of the religion in the interreligious dialogue are more promotional than others, and maybe to think, to explore another possibilities, and also with the government in order to give more support to the initiative of the interreligious dialogue, and to open this perspective, because sometimes the people do think that the interreligious dialogue is only to theological dialogue, to work together to talking and nothing more. And the government administration to talk about is a very important SDGs, to implement the SDGs, and in this point I want to link to establish the relationship between the religions and the SDG, and especially to visualize how the interreligious dialogue contribute this. One of my slab, I talk about the more easy in some SDGs than in other, but as I mentioned it first, all the SDGs are covered by the interreligious dialogue, and so all the interreligious dialogue have the potential to work all the SDGs. Climate perspective, with the poor perspective, the water, and for me, only is more tool for presentation the possibilities of the interreligious dialogue, nothing more. Yes, I respond you more or less, yeah?
Estaban las demás preguntas, la que se hacía en relación a las iglesias católicas, las iglesias protestantes en concreto, si los estilos de vida están en una tendencia hacia mayor espiritualidad, las buenas prácticas y los ejemplos respecto a las propiedades de las iglesias y la brújula ética que señalaba Olivia.
Bueno, cuando al Buda le fue preguntado qué le había aportado la meditación, el Buda creo que respondió que no se trataba tanto de lo que le había aportado, sino de todo lo que le había ayudado a deshacerse de la codicia, de la ambición, del orgullo, del egoísmo, del egotismo, del egocentrismo. Siempre interpretamos todo en términos de alcanzar, abrazar, conseguir, poseer. Y en esa codicia a la que se ha referido maestro Dokuso, vemos que toda nuestra sociedad está inmersa. Esto es algo realmente grave, preocupante. Cuando una discípula directa de Santa Teresa de Jesús a las 3 de la madrugada entró en su habitación, inquieta, ansiosa, y le preguntó: Madre, ¿qué es lo que me falta a mí para ser espiritual? Santa Teresa respondió: di más bien que te sobra, hija, di más bien que te sobra. El problema siempre es el mismo. Establecemos toda la dinámica y todo nuestro funcionamiento en términos de lo que puedo conseguir, de lo que puedo alcanzar. Llevamos muchos años rodeados de muchísima gente que viene para aprender o formarse en el ámbito de la meditación. Tal vez la palabra meditación, que implica reflexión, no debería de haber sido utilizada para definir concretamente un término que en India tiene dos acepciones complejas, que es dhyana y samadhi, que sería más cercano a la contemplación, ¿no? Ser capaz de ausentarse, tener la experiencia de la realidad sin la entidad que experimenta. Pero esta experiencia nos es muy ajena. Todo está basado en lo que puedo conseguir, y después de 40 años en la práctica ves que todo el mundo, cuando se acerca a la meditación, siempre viene con la idea de conseguir algo. Nos sentamos a orar, nos sentamos a meditar y esperas algo. No eres capaz de zafarte de esa sensación. Esa sensación en realidad oscurece, cubre de alguna manera una ansiedad profunda con la que no estamos en contacto y a la que no atendemos generalmente. Esta ansiedad está directamente en relación con esa codicia y con esa necesidad de llenar el vacío que genera esa sensación de intranquilidad. Cuando uno profundiza ligeramente en un estado de contemplación o de calma, lo primero que te encuentras es aquello que no esperas, y es un grado de irritación y el aburrimiento. Estamos tan llenos de nosotros mismos y siempre codificando un lenguaje que justifique el ausentarse de esa ansiedad, que desconocemos prácticamente lo que es ese silencio y esa calma profunda. Entonces hablamos de si nuestras sociedades en este momento tienen un despertar. Lo que creo es que tienen un hastío, tienen un cansancio, porque aquello que pretenden lograr en el exterior y que les ha sido, como muy bien ha dicho maestro Dokuso, referenciado como el ideal de la felicidad, y además un marco en el que tú con dinero puedes obtenerlo, como si fuera el paquete de tabaco que al meter la moneda te cae en la mano. Cuando llegamos a una reflexión interna, esperamos que ese proceso se va a dar en el mismo nivel, y no es así. Sucede entonces que aparece un nivel de descontento, de insatisfacción. Y creo que el mero hecho de perseguir el deseo de obtener resultados también nos lleva a la situación de cansarnos en ese frecuente y constante intento por lograr una felicidad que nunca dará el placer material. Y en este sentido creo que sí que hay, como ha dicho también David Rosen, un renacimiento, afortunadamente, dentro, no solamente en todos los ámbitos de la sociedad, y no solamente a veces decimos en los jóvenes, pero creo que es en todos los ámbitos y en todas las dimensiones de la sociedad, un renacimiento o un reconocimiento de que necesitamos una dimensión diferente a la que nos exponemos de forma constante, que es enriquecer nuestra vida con bienes materiales, ¿no? Y en relación a lo que hemos dicho de las posesiones, de las tradiciones religiosas, yo diría que la India, cuando siempre se dice el hinduismo en esto quedaría un poco apartado, yo no diría que queda apartado, simplemente creo que la vida que todavía tienen los líderes religiosos en India está muy cercana a la cotidianeidad y está enmarcada en un cierto grado de simplicidad y sencillez que comparte realmente los desafíos de la gente que les rodea. Con lo cual, desde esa perspectiva, todo Swami, que en definitiva busca renunciar o vivir en un clima de sencillez y simplicidad, va a compartir directamente los desafíos, las necesidades y las preocupaciones de la gente sencilla y que no tiene recursos. Con lo cual, esa cercanía no genera, en nuestro caso, esa problemática relacionada con la posesión y con...
Gracias. Dokuso.
La cuestión es, ¿por qué funciona la avaricia? ¿Por qué en el ser humano hay un receptor muy susceptible de absorber la avaricia? Yo creo que es por el sentimiento de vacío interior, el sentimiento de pérdida de sentido y por lo tanto una especie de deseo de inmortalidad a través de la acumulación. Este sentimiento de vacío es muy importante, ¿eh? Es importante que lo reconozcamos cada uno en nosotros mismos, porque es el drama fundamental de la especie humana, el sentimiento de estar separado del resto del cosmos y de la naturaleza, lo que se llama el sentimiento de separatividad. Como si el ser humano fuera de una liga distinta, como si fuera de una naturaleza ontológica distinta a la del resto de la naturaleza. Y este sentimiento de estar proscrito del concierto cósmico universal se manifiesta en un vacío, en una angustia existencial, en un miedo a la muerte, puesto que es el yo el que muere, y por lo tanto las religiones, las tradiciones religiosas, por lo general, tradicionalmente, lo que han hecho es facilitar a las personas la experiencia de lo luminoso, la experiencia de lo inefable. Mucha gente concibe las religiones como un sistema de creencia. En el budismo en concreto y en el zen, por supuesto, nuestro estilo de vida no está basado en un sistema de creencia, está basado en una experiencia, que no es lo mismo. Y esta experiencia en nuestra tradición es facilitada sobre todo por la práctica de la meditación en silencio, en el que el ser humano aprende a dejarse caer en sí mismo, aprende a atravesar su angustia y su sentimiento de separatividad y volver a conectarse con la totalidad de lo viviente. De ahí surge naturalmente el respeto, surge naturalmente la apreciación por todas las formas de vida de la naturaleza. En concreto, tenemos una muy pequeña experiencia. En el Templo Luz Serena hemos creado una formación de mindfulness que llamamos basada en la tradición budista, porque contiene fuertes elementos budistas. La formación de monitora dura 6 meses, en los que la práctica es diaria, continuada, cada uno en su casa, tutorizada, etc. Y bien, un profesor de la Universidad Pompeu Fabra hizo una investigación cualitativa sobre los cambios que se producían en los hábitos de consumo de la persona que habían pasado solo 6 meses meditando intensamente. Este estudio se convirtió en una tesis doctoral que ha sido aprobada y es una pequeña muestra de lo que la meditación puede provocar en la transformación de la autopercepción del ser humano y de su relación con la naturaleza. Porque no se trata de crear nuevos dogmas ideológicos, aunque tengan base científica, e imponerlos en la población. Se trata de facilitar a la gente la experiencia para que ellos mismos, cada uno por sí mismo, pueda experimentar esto. Y por ejemplo, tenemos el ejemplo también en Gran Bretaña, no el proyecto, sino de la acción de Mindful Nation, todo un programa de desarrollo de mindfulness por parte del gobierno británico para formar cientos y miles de monitores de meditación mindfulness y extenderlo a los ámbitos de la educación, a los ámbitos de la sanidad, al ámbito carcelario también, etcétera. Un proyecto de convertir a Gran Bretaña en una nación mindful despierta. Imaginaos un proyecto de este tipo a escala europea, facilitado, potenciado por la Unión Europea en cada país en cada país, esto sería una auténtica revolución. Con respecto al aumento de la espiritualidad, yo creo que sí, es evidente de que hay la búsqueda espiritual se está activando cada vez más. Aunque hay que tener claro en no confundir lo que es la religiosidad, que eso forma parte de la naturaleza del ser humano, incluso de los que se dicen no religiosos. Después está la tradición religiosa, que es la forma que adopta históricamente esa religiosidad en distintas culturas, y después está la institución religiosa, que es lo más contingente, lo más perecedero y lo más corruptible del universo de la religión. Entonces es cierto que hay una religiosidad, una espiritualidad, si queréis, no adscrita a ninguna tradición religiosa en concreto, porque todos somos conscientes de los excesos y de la corrupción en la que han caído muchas instituciones religiosas, o todas, a lo largo de la historia, y se observa este renacimiento espiritual, aunque siempre con el peligro de que la sociedad de consumo lo convierta en un nuevo objeto de consumo, en la que elabore una serie de ropas, de zapatos, de esterillas, de cosas, una industria, de manera que se superficializa de nuevo la práctica espiritual, se comercializa, y hay que tener mucho cuidado con esto. Y con respecto a un caso concreto de qué hacen las iglesias o las entidades religiosas con sus propiedades, mi comunidad es una comunidad muy pequeña, insignificante. Vivimos en un espacio de 33 hectáreas en medio de una colina boscosa, en la zona de amortiguamiento del Parque Natural Las Hoces del Cabriel. Estamos allí desde el 89, hace 32 años, y desde un principio la vocación de protección, porque para nosotros la naturaleza no es solo un medio de vida en el sentido, sino que es la manifestación del Buda. Vemos en la naturaleza al Buda en sí, ¿no? El Buda, el ser despierto, la conciencia despierta. Y enseguida adoptamos un plan de gestión medioambiental que llevamos siguiendo desde hace 25 años. Y entre otras cosas, hemos reservado una parte de estas 33 hectáreas para una microrreserva floral dentro del proyecto de la Unión Europea LIFE de hace unos años, apoyado por la Generalitat Valenciana, y a menudo hacemos encuentros de espiritualidad y ecología, y estamos completamente implicados. Tenemos nuestra propia huerta ecológica y estamos ahora cambiando toda la red de instalación eléctrica a energía fotovoltaica gracias a las ayudas del proyecto Next Generation de la Unión Europea. Pero es cierto que se dice, ¿qué hacen las religiones para solucionar esta crisis? Hay que tener en cuenta que los poderes enfrente a la religión, los poderes de las multinacionales, de los estados, de los políticos, de la economía de mercado, son tan fuertes que es como un tsunami que está arrasándolo todo, de manera que hoy día los centros comerciales son las grandes catedrales donde está lleno de gente, y los templos, pues sí, hay gente, pero no tanto como en los centros comerciales.
Muchísimas gracias a todos los participantes, David, Joan, Swami, Dobuso, Ramón. Vamos con retraso. Les pedimos disculpas. Los temas están muy conectados, los que acabamos de tratar con los que vamos a tratar a continuación, sobre el paisaje. La idea de legado posiblemente esté presente en los dos. Para concluir esta mesa redonda, quería recordar a una mujer poetisa española que sufrió un conflicto, la Guerra Civil Española. Nosotros hemos sufrido un conflicto en nuestra sociedad. Ella se tuvo que exiliar. Como poetisa desarrolló una idea que expresa en sus poemas que lo denominó la razón poética y que tiene que ver con lo inefable y con lo luminoso que nos comentaba nuestro amigo. A lo luminoso, a lo inefable, ella llamaba la razón poética. Pero a ese concepto lo llamó razón poética al final de su vida. Durante mucho tiempo a eso lo llamó la razón mediadora. La razón mediadora, María Zambrano, poetisa española, primera mujer que recibe el premio Cervantes cuando vuelve del exilio después de un doloroso conflicto que vivió España hace años. Les animo a que lean a esa poetisa y a su razón mediadora. Muchísimas gracias a nuestros panelistas. David, gracias a ustedes. Buenos días de nuevo. Vamos a continuar con esta segunda sesión de la mañana, que es la quinta del workshop y que tiene como título Gobernanza local, paisajes, mediación de paz. Contamos con 5 panelistas muy significados, desde luego. Eladio Fernández Galiano, que tiene una larga trayectoria académica y de gestión, especialmente lo hemos invitado por su implicación desde el Consejo de Europa muchos años en el Convenio Europeo del Paisaje. Gloria Ullor, de la IUCN, que ya intervino ayer, de Nigeria. Ricardo Morel, del programa Paz y Recuperación. Jessica Hartog, responsable de recursos naturales, de gestión de recursos naturales y construcción de la paz. Y Maha Yassin, investigadora del Instituto de Seguridad Planetaria, que viene de Irak. Quería empezar poniendo unas pequeñas slides. Pido al control si se puede mostrar bien. Miren, aquí en esta diapositiva recojo 3 documentos recientes, no tienen ni un año, creo, que tratan de la crisis de violencia, de seguridad en el Sahel y en el oeste de África. Y estos 3 trabajos, además, analizan cuestiones que tienen que ver con el clima, con el paisaje, con los recursos naturales. De la lectura de estos 3 documentos se nos generó una especial preocupación por algo que identificábamos en los análisis de estos, y es una falta de comprensión de lo que es el paisaje en políticas y en acciones que están fracasando. Políticas que tratan con toda su mejor intención de combatir el cambio climático, de actuar en términos de mitigación y de adaptación, en la confianza de que esas políticas contra el cambio climático, a su vez, son políticas a favor de la paz o de reducir la violencia y la tensión. Y, sin embargo, lo que estos informes ponen de manifiesto es que ha aumentado la tensión, la violencia, el desencuentro. Si bien estamos ante realidades muy complejas, no se trata de establecer relaciones unilaterales, sino de considerarlas como factores de complejidad. En ese sentido, quería poner encima de la mesa un instrumento jurídico internacional que se creó en Europa, del que Eladio conoce más que nadie, que es el Convenio Europeo del Paisaje. Se aprobó en el año 2000, se elaboró durante 5 años. Es una convención que maneja un concepto del paisaje no reducido a aquellos territorios que tienen unos valores extraordinarios o que generan una especial protección, sino que se refiere a todo territorio, bien se trate de superficies naturales, rurales, urbanas, periurbanas, aguas interiores, zonas marinas. Trata, por tanto, del paisaje cotidiano de todos los días, también de paisajes degradados. Su artículo primero, en su definición, dice que a los efectos de la Convención se entiende por paisaje un área tal como es percibida por la población, este es un dato, entiendo, importante, cuyo carácter cuya naturaleza es resultado de la acción e interacción de los factores naturales o humanos. En el preámbulo se hacen consideraciones sobre la importancia del paisaje, entendido así, para la actividad económica, para la identidad, para el legado cultural, para el bienestar social, para un montón de aspectos críticos colectivos. Y, a su vez, en un documento que complementa ese convenio, entre otros instrumentos que construyen el mecanismo, entre esos instrumentos hay uno más importante, que son las directrices para la implementación del año 2008, donde se hace una relación de posibles categorías de instrumentos para aplicar esa idea de paisaje, como son planificaciones de paisaje, cartas de paisaje, evaluaciones, actividades de educación, etc. ¿Por qué, con esto ha terminado la presentación, por qué traigo aquí los instrumentos europeos que fueron objeto de una reflexión y de un ejercicio de tratar de crear herramientas para gestionar situaciones conflictivas, incluso de manera proactiva, no reactiva? Porque a veces en el entorno europeo se hacen reflexiones o consideraciones pensadas para nosotros, pero que pueden ser útiles no de una manera estandarizada, no de una manera McDonaldizada, pero pueden ser útiles para otros entornos. Y simplemente a modo de sugerencia lo pongo encima de la mesa, sin que eso condicione al resto de los intervinientes, ¿no? Cada uno les invito a que hagan una aportación respecto a lo que es su experiencia práctica o su reflexión o su preocupación respecto al paisaje en relación con la temática de nuestro encuentro, pero sí es muy valiosa la presencia de Eladio, que les hablará de esto y de otras cosas, de lo que tú quieras, Eladio. Tienes la palabra.
Thank you. Sorry, I said I restart. I said thank you very much, Antonio. He put this definition of landscape, and my mind went 22 years back, because the most difficult thing to negotiate in the whole convention was the definition of landscape. Oh my God. But never mind. You know, I'm going to talk about landscape, but I'm going to talk about Europe. We are in the dynamic of talking about environment, about other sectors, how they contribute to peace, you know. And well, we all know that the 20th century has not been kind to Europe. We have been the cause of 2 world wars, you know, huge wars. That, you know, involved not just the countries that were fighting, you know, France, Germany, but involved also distant powers, the United States, Japan, Australia, all the Southeast states. So in the end, there was war in Africa, all the north of Africa, the south, everywhere. So you know, when the Second World War ended, the idea was this should never happen again. This should never happen again. So, and as the main conflicts were at the time in Europe, very developed nations, you know, with good science, you know, a lot of education, relatively prosperous countries. They said, well, let's make all these countries brothers. That's not easy. That's not easy with this history. But that was the idea. And that's why the organization I work for, the Council of Europe, was created in 1949. The idea was to make what's today the European Union, a very solid group of countries with their economies and their peoples intermingled, you know, in some, not only with economic interests, but also with some idea of brotherhood. But this had to happen in a different way, because the British, which are never simple, you know, they decided the Council of Europe should not go into economic issues, and therefore other countries were forced to create, you know, the European Union, first in the Treaty of Rome in 1957. So some years were lost. So the Council of Europe, this big organization that now gathers all the countries of Europe except 2 states, Belarus, because it does not elect its leaders democratically, and the Vatican, which, by the way, does not elect their leaders democratically, but they had never asked for membership. But they're observers. And what is the Council of Europe about? Because I will have to come back why we are finally ending up in environment and landscape. Well, if what we want to build is peace, you know, well, we think that for peace mediation, the best thing is to avoid, you know, to avoid getting to conflicts. So we are in peace prevention. And we wanted to build Europe around three big ideas. Human rights, because everything that had happened in the camps and elsewhere. Democracy, because without democracy there is no control of the people of who's in power. And the rule of law. The rule of law is all this, you know, out of law, you have only, you know, the jungle. I mean, as a biologist, I like jungles, but, you know, I will use it in this normal meaning. You know. So, you know, it's barbary out of the law. And then we have started how to make this beautiful idea to achieve a greater unity among all these members. Well, by working little by little, of course, around these values. Europe can only be built if it's to be successful about these values. So, at the session before, we were talking about spirituality, about religions, values, in the end. I'm a scientist by training, like ethical laicism is what I practice, but I understand that no human project cannot be built, be successful, if people are not attached to values. So we want to delete the frontiers, the borders of Europe. In the European Union now, it's done. You don't need to, practically, you don't need to show your passport when you cross the borders. There are no police in the borders. So we have been trying this last 70 plus years, trying to work on this. I don't pretend to in 7 or 10 minutes, you know, to sum up what this organization has been doing. But we have been then working in issues, say, on the Methodists, let us talk about children's rights. Let's talk about social rights. Let us make legal instruments that all of us can apply. Let us make environmental instruments. Very soon we produced the European Culture Convention, because in the end culture is the key. Religion is part of culture for a given community. Culture. So we had a European Culture Convention in 1956, just 7 years after creating an organization. And believe me, creating an organization so big is not simple, especially when you have so many different countries, many different views, so many languages. So we built a number of conventions, for instance, on cultural heritage, the Granada Convention about built heritage, the La Valletta Convention about archaeological heritage. We had the Faro Convention about the importance of cultural heritage for society, the Landscape Convention about, you know, the value of landscapes for people, and a convention environment on the wildlife, Bern Convention. I've been running that convention for some time. So why landscape? Because landscape, in a sense, talks about the land, about the territory, about the place where things happen. And you know, you have to take sometimes a holistic approach to things. It's very useful when you say, okay, let us protect, as IUCN has done many times, migratory animals. Why migratory? Sorry, you know, this one is a convention about migratory animals. Or only these animals in wetlands, because they're important for water, you know, but it's difficult sometimes to present instruments that try to bring different interests. Because when you go to a landscape, when you go to a village, when you go to a local place, there you have built heritage, you have people that talk languages, you have migrants, you have environment, you have them all together. So this convention had this way of bringing environment and cultural heritage together, because they are same sides, two sides of the same coin, the landscape we have around us. And then we decided, on top of that, it will be a community-led. It will be not a top-down approach, but it will be the people that have to decide what type of values they want their environment in the bigger sense. What's around them to have in culture. The Council of Europe has been progressing with this convention, as Antonio said, establishing clearly what are the ways to implement it. It's not a convention with a lot of legal obligations. It has one important legal obligation, just to recognize landscape in law. If it's not in law, we are again outside the framework of something that is, society admits to be good and to be needing protection. But the Council of Europe has been also working a lot on bringing people together, on breaking frontiers. And the biggest frontier we have, the biggest of them all, is in our minds. So through culture, through heritage, through landscape, we want to bring people together, to make them share these values, to make them share the environment of others, the heritage of others, also all this invaluable spiritual or as they say in UNESCO, immaterial heritage, our customs, the way in which we move, in which we have parties, in which you can enjoy Seville as you can enjoy in a different way from you would do it in London. London you can also enjoy it, but differently. So in 2008, the Council of Europe made a very important instrument called the White Paper on Intercultural Dialogue, and directed a lot of the work to break these walls in the mind that we have, especially in a moment with migration has made all our cultures, whether we like it or not, very intercultural, very multicultural. And when this fails, then you have the old demons that come back. You have still Alliance for Deutschland, or the True Finns, or whatever radical parties want to steal the show and make our democracies weaker. And that is essential to the way we are. This is essential to prevent peace. So to avoid all this radicalism, sometimes because of migration, and we know that because of climate change, climate migrants will be more and more abundant. So this instrument of landscape is one of the many that the Council of Europe has been building. We have intercultural cities. The idea is, you have migrants, you define them as a problem, why don't you define them as a resource? People that are intelligent, that have knowledge, that have initiative, that create more businesses than the locals, by the way. Don't see migration as a problem, see migration as an opportunity. So, landscape, you mentioned Leopold, it's true, it's ethics, but I like also to mention Humboldt. Landscape is a modern concept, the 19th century. Humboldt he's called also, I was talking to Professor Herrera before, he's called the one that invented nature. Before we had forests, seas, fields, but is this great idea, and certainly from Humboldt and Goethe and his friends, he was a very elitist group of German intellectuals in the Romanticism, created this concept of nature, and the Council of Europe. 200 years later, we tried, just to give it a legal form so that we can all benefit as you said, and I will finish with this is not about great landscapes, these national parks. By the way, you're going to Doñana, some of you tomorrow. It's not a great landscape because you don't see much, because it's very low, but it's a great place and full of wildlife. It's so good that I call it the only African, national park in Europe, because it's so big and so splendid. So, this concept of landscape and the way in which it's implemented by the countries and especially the local communities, because this was thought to be implemented locally. Again, I will mention IUCN. I mention IUCN all the time. They say, think globally and act locally. And that's what's going to save us for peacekeeping, for environment, and for all the rest. Think globally and act locally. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias, Eladio. Has mencionado varias veces a la UICN y por alusiones y porque estaba previsto en el programa, evidentemente, damos la palabra a Gloria Ullor. Gloria.
Yeah, thank you very much. And let me once again appreciate the effort made to invite me to this meeting. And let me also appreciate the organizers of this meeting. I feel that it is very, very apt, the situation we have with respect to the challenges we are facing with respect to environmental security. And then, of course, coming here now to look at the landscape, ecosystems, and peace building, I just want to share a little of the experiences which I have within my work in Nigeria. That's with respect to local actors. What are they doing in environmental peace building? I may also look at the roles of landscapes, ecosystems, and natural environments in fostering peace. And of course, if time permits, further discussions can also be on the actions of cities and local actors in fostering environment, fostering peace building. So, by way of introducing what I want to talk about, I recognize that environment and peace are cross-cutting, and they are also relevant for conservation and sustainable development as we keep, singing it in the IUCN and, with respect to what you have been listening to here. And I know that environment and peace focus on the integration of natural resources management. I also know that building more effective environmental governance and policies, can reduce conflict and ensure security from local to global levels, because you just heard it, think globally and act locally. And so, enduring peace, justice, and equity can be achieved by reducing conflicts, and potential conflicts, and by strengthening environment. This will also help to strengthen environmental security. Now, I know that the most direct means of environmental peacemaking are measures to environmental induced conflicts. Now, for a particular case in the Sudano-Sahelian region of West Africa, we often hear cases of pastoralism and related violence, which has sparked off atrocities and mass violence against civilians, even those that are not stakeholders in the farming and the headers' activities. They are also, because these conflicts cascade from the real actors to others, posing significant risks, to regional stability. So, growing competition over land, resources and power has we recognize it as having triggered a lot of retaliatory cycles of violence that spiral out of control. And so, looking at the actors in environmental peace building, the topic says local governance. Yes, yesterday, when I was at the first panel, I kept reiterating that we need to get the governance right for us to ensure that we can tackle conflicts the way they should be tackled. And so, I look at actors at various levels. We have the top level leadership, and this can include the military and political leaders, depending on those that have high visibility in a particular country. And the focus of this top-level leadership is high-level negotiations. They sit around maybe the way we're sitting here to talk and working on ceasefires and what have you. But their effect is not much felt at the grassroots. We also have the middle-range leadership. Well, you can call them the ethnic or religious leaders, those that are closer to the communities. They have ties at the top as well as connections with the grassroots. They can also be a part of a group that can help to mediate in a conflict. And then, of course, we have the grassroots leadership, the local pastoral and substantive farmer leaders. They may be sometimes the local NGOs, leaders of indigenous communities, refugee camp leaders, and what have you. They may be better placed to deal, with the day-to-day manifestations of the conflict. They can bring about a total stoppage of the conflict, and they can also bring about mediation and palliative measures for those that are adversely affected. And so, I also recognize the fact that the approaches for this top leadership, like I mentioned earlier, will be to focus on high-level activities at the international level, depending on if there's need for external resources to help in mediating or quelching that kind of local conflict. And then, of course, like I said earlier, across the middle level, we can have workshops, meetings like we are sitting here to discuss issues that can help mediate. Then what of the landscapes, the role of landscapes, ecosystems, and natural environments? We know that there's what we call environmental cooperation. During the earlier presentation, we heard about landscapes and what they can present. Depending on what landscapes present, there is a need for stakeholders to understand that landscapes is there for everybody around it. It is not there for a particular group. And so there's a need to understand that predicament of the landscape. If it's a degraded landscape, it should be seen as such. And then there's a need to understand that one group cannot go and overexploit at the expense of the other group. So there's also a link between environmental degradation and violent conflict, because there must be pressure on the landscape. If there's pressure on the landscape, it brings about further degradation. And so I see also that there's a need to strengthen the institutional capacities that can respond to environmental challenges. Now, the degradation of the environment, can cause a conflict and reduction in security. I said it earlier. And then conflict can also destroy the resources and services provided by the environment, And, of course, these damages to the environment can be direct or indirect. And so there's a need for mutual ecological dependence, which can facilitate some cooperation. I want to look at effects of climate-related security risks on urban areas, because we have urban areas. And when I talk about climate security risks, I make reference to a situation like flooding. This occurs weather extremes are related to climate change. That is what we understand. So, but in this case, we are often faced with flooding, depending on the region and the presentation of the weather there. So vulnerable groups like the poor, women, and children are at higher risks, and that's what we observe. And so poor environmental and resource practices can increase vulnerability and the risk of civil strife. Access to basic needs and natural resources are, such as food, water, fuel, they get hampered when there is this kind of environmental, climate-related risk showing itself. You often see that people, the vulnerable people, some are displaced, some lose their properties entirely, and some get so hampered that they cannot afford the basic needs, therefore becoming very vulnerable and needing a lot of help. So I just want to add that there's a need for complex, social security networks, based on either kinship or friendship. That, of course, that is typical of Africa, where people recognize the fact that they have to care for their neighbor depending on their capabilities. And we encourage such when a situation like this, presents itself. I want to add that some lessons we have learned, or if you like, best practices, with respect to addressing this, include the fact that there's a need for consultations and dialogues, which we see that offer a lot of strength to quelching what we can call a flaming fire. Because we know that intractable conflicts are caused by the denial of fundamental human needs, even denial to sit around and talk. And that is where I keep making reference to the local governance. There's a need that they should encourage, a situation where there's justice and equity when conflicts of this nature, not taking sides, because often sides, what you see is that some groups are favored better than the others, and that kind of a situation keeps aggravating the issue rather than getting it solved. So conflict may persist unless land use and development of agriculture, which this is also another issue, because when we talk of farmers and herders, invariably we are making reference to the agriculture sector. And that is often the sector that the players or the stakeholders in this sector are often the ones that are being targeted when it comes to looking at those that are involved, those that are affected, those that should even contribute in addressing that challenge. It has displaced a lot of people, and I want to just end by saying that if we do not, if we do not take proactive steps to ensuring that, like we are saying, that the landscape exists for everybody, every stakeholder around it, and that there's a need for equity in the way that people are allowed to carry on with their livelihoods on this available space, it's going to be a very huge problem. I will end here, and maybe during our discussions there may be more issues I'll bring on board. Thank you. Yeah.
Muchísimas gracias, Gloria. Y damos la palabra a continuación a Jessica Hartog. Jessica.
Thank you very much. So in preparation for this session, I actually reached out to some of my colleagues at our country offices from International Alert. And I asked them this question around the importance of local governance in environmental peace building. And I mean, I got a very similar response from all my colleagues that I spoke with, and it's all very much in agreement. You know, it's super important to involve local governance in environmental peace building, and in fact, it's about much more than local governance. It's about kind of the wider landscape that we're talking about. It's about the people that are in those landscapes. So not only the people that hold kind of governance positions, but everybody that Gloria was already referring to. And they were saying, sorry, and they were saying that, you know, if we don't do this right, your peace building efforts, no matter how well kind of you put it together, it's just basically doomed to fail on the medium to long term. And I also kind of sensed a level of frustration with the colleagues in the sense that, you know, local peace building opportunities they are feeling not given as much recognition often by the international community. And yet they hold a lot of potential for quick wins in locations that are experiencing chronic conflict or extreme violence. I mean, in those contexts, ourselves, national governments often have a real difficulty to access. There's a big opportunity for local stakeholders to really step up and intervene. And so as International Alert, we do a lot of peace building work at the local level with the local actors that Gloria was already referring to. And kind of what we are trying to do in an ideal kind of scenario or kind of project process, we would start from the very beginning engaging those different local actors, local authorities, communities, traditional leaders, women's and youth groups, in kind of trying to build their understanding by analyzing their local context, the conflict dynamics, and then work towards a process to design the best suitable interventions, environmental peace building interventions in that context. So that could be around local dialogue processes, linking them to kind of more subnational or national level dialogue process, or even cross-border, or about advocacy strategies to influence government decision making. And only this type of kind of a locally led peace building has really the best chances to kind of generate that support and mobilize that ownership basically to really kind of establish durable peace. And I think especially for environmental peace building, there's a lot of value in kind of these local approaches because it kind of holds the potential to kind of work holistically across different sectors. And I mean, we talk a lot about silos, and silos are a real issue, but less so at the local level. I mean, they're still there, but reality is that those actors at the local level, they are kind of very close to each other, physically speaking, but also they are very close to kind of what's really happening on the ground. So they have a kind of more of a full picture of what's happening and how conflict dynamics are interacting with development processes, and hence are kind of more inclined as well to kind of design peace-building processes that are really kind of suitable to that local context. Now, if you allow me, I wanted to just share 3 lessons learned, because I learned 3 is kind of the magical number. Lessons learned from our kind of bottom-up environmental peace-building work. And the first one is more of a principle, actually, and it's an open door. It's about the importance of inclusion, and still I really wanted to mention it here because we tend to think about it too easily, but it is really crucial to make environmental peace building work, any peace building intervention, in fact. And I'm probably preaching here to the converted already, but we know that men and women, different generations, ethnicities, etc., really experience environmental impacts, climate change and conflict in very different ways. We see that the kind of gender norms, roles and expectations are really kind of impacting how people are kind of able to cope and adapt to these challenges that they're facing. And, you know, although there is the assumption that at the local level inclusion is kind of guaranteed, it's not, as many of us will probably resonate with. Because actually those gender norms and values are often very profound and very stubborn at the local level. So therefore, if you're careless, with kind of adopting local approaches without considering these kind of factors of inclusion, we might actually be reinforcing already existing inequalities and issues of marginalization, and basically undermine the kind of long-term impact of the initiative. And maybe then moving to a second lesson is that local actors are really, really well placed to facilitate peace building. But basically their ability to do so effectively can also be held back because of their lack of political power and resources. And for instance, in Central Asia, we are working a lot with water reservoir councils along the border of Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and also from Kyrgyzstan, the border with Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. And those councils really play an important role in those kind of cross-border regions, as they are very well placed to bring the communities together, to establish coordination between different relevant local actors. And they're also less politicized in nature, which makes them a relatively neutral kind of actor for peace building. But then there's also a downside to that, as they're not embedded kind of in the kind of formal chain of power, and depend also quite heavily on NGOs or donors, which really limits their ability to play this role of a peace-building force. There's not really a very easy answer to this, but what is really key is that we kind of really support these actors in terms of building their capacity through trainings or building their skills on advocacy and networking, and also trying to create those spaces where they can engage with national actors at the national level. Then moving to my last lesson for now is about the role of information and data. Now, yesterday we had this session, very interesting session around this issue, and it already came up, but I thought it's really important to kind of mention it in this re-emphasize it in this context. Is that we really must not forget that local authorities, communities, they are quite remote from central government, from the information that's out there at the national level or at the international level. And I mean both kind of remote geographically, but maybe not necessarily, because there are issues of inequality, marginalization that's affecting people's education level. So it might be, because of those reasons, already be very hard to access and also kind of digest the information that is out there. So it's really important to empower local actors by supporting them in terms of supporting them in accessing knowledge and skills, data and information. And yesterday, Susanne Schmeier from IHE Delft was already referring to the Water, Peace and Security project, which we at International Alert are also part of. And it's a really good example of where we kind of aim to empower national as well as local stakeholders with access to data and data analysis, and we really provide them with the support to understand and utilize that data analysis for local decision making. And maybe if we're kind of talking about the landscape, and it's my last kind of example that I wanted to share, is we also have been running a quite long, I think over a decade, a project in the Philippines, where we kind of use geospatial intelligence to set up an inclusive and participatory process between local authorities and the wider community in a specific locality, and encourage them to kind of use geospatial information, imagery, to create maps and to build their understanding of how the land is used at the moment, but also kind of start a discussion around how they want to use that land for the development of their local area, and this process is really useful to then also build that trust and open doors to start discussing more sensitive issues around land rights, property rights, which are often a cause of conflict at the local level. But I will stop there. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Jessica. Perdón. Muchísimas gracias, Jessica. El tema de los datos y la información que has planteado es muy importante. Entrará en conexión con la última intervención, que será la de Ricardo Morel. Antes vamos a pedir a Maja Yassin que nos dirija su intervención.
Yes, thank you, Antonio, and thanks to the organizer for hosting such a timely discussion. So I will focus on the
microphone.
Oh. Hello? Yeah, that's good. I will focus in my intervention on the planetary security initiative work in Iraq in fostering peace-building dialogue between different groups. This PSI focus started in 2020, where we collaborated with local stakeholders. But first, Antonio, let me briefly explain how climate change is driving instability in urban cities and landscapes, especially in the southern part of the country. So the major impact of climate change in Iraq is seen on its water resources, and its consequences impacts like desertification. And since the 80s, Tigris and Euphrates flow decreased by 30%, and it is expected to further decline up to 50% by 2030. This decline is expected to have an impact on the life of almost 7 million people. And the quality of water is also severely affected by climate change. And so issues like salinization and pollution are well-known problems for the people from the south, citizens of city of Basra, and the farmers, the local farmers. And of course, these water issues in Iraq is further exacerbated by the poor management and infrastructure, corruption, wars, internal conflict, and that pushed this issue away from the focus of the government. And also the growth of the oil industry that has been exploiting the water in large amounts without clear regulations from the government. And this is affecting mainly, as I said, the Basra city, where there are around 30 million people living there. So these factors, combined with climate change, are the driver of a growing frustration among locals, especially the youth, who has been the force behind the grassroots and violence process started in 2018 in Basra after water scarcity and pollution issue. These protests gave the momentum for even bigger protest movement across the country that further destabilized the security of the country. And another instability pattern induced by climate change is the displacement towards urban centers, which creates social tensions between the newcomers and the original citizens. So besides the pressure that they put on the limited water and power supplies of the cities, IDPs coming from the marshes, which is an example of a unique ecosystem, or other farming communities, are often accused of joining criminal groups or recruited by armed non-state actors or terrorist groups. And this is, of course, increased hostility towards people who lost their livelihoods already and just coming to the cities for new opportunities. So all of this indicates that the role of the government as a local actor is still humble, despite the very recent effort of recognizing climate as a security threat. Another actor that is active on the ground is, of course, the civil society organization that PSI has been working more with to foster a bottom-up approach. We come across only a few local organizations that are working on the ground, where the role mainly focuses on raising awareness, monitoring environmental pollution and violations, and running small-scale plantation campaigns. What we noticed as well, and these are the lessons that we have learned, that this actor is treated with suspicion by the government because many of them have either participated in the protest or at least supported. So there is a lot of blame and shame between the government actors and these NGOs members. And of course, this makes civil society task of building stability challenging. And the situation is even more complicated towards the south of the country because the government there is infiltrated by armed non-state members who are supposedly accused for incidents of threatening, kidnapping some of the civil society members and activists. Our role as a PSI was to bring these two main stakeholders from the south around one table for a dialogue, which was not an easy task because of the mistrust and the history of violence toward civil society. We, of course, anticipated heated discussions, so we also approached researchers and academics that are seen as a neutral actor collaborating with local government and civil society, and also the religious leaders. And from my experience working there, I think our effort in fostering climate security peace-building dialogue is the first kind in Iraq, and so far is making a good progress. And not only because people did not fight during the workshop, for example, that we were holding over there, but because of what we observed later and still, that the topic of climate security is making a presence in government official speeches and in local NGOs raising awareness campaigns. And together with our local partners, our ultimate goal is to raise awareness among all these fragmented political, ethnic, and religious fabric of Iraq, to bring more of them into dialogue, which we see as an entry point of stability, and make climate change a national priority with action on the ground. And I stop here. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Masha. La cuestión del empoderamiento de los actores locales por el conocimiento de su propia realidad de recursos naturales ha salido en la conversación, nos da pie para la intervención de Ricardo Morel. Quería señalar que precisamente el concepto de paisaje que maneja el Convenio Europeo trataba de dar importancia además a la propia visión de los actores locales, porque en algunos casos hay un legado de verdadera visión, comprensión de ese paisaje. Incluso puede haber motivo de orgullo. Ayer hablaba con Masha que los países árabes, como casi todas las sociedades tradicionales, pueden sentirse orgullosos de cómo han sido capaces de manejar sus recursos naturales para precisamente persistir en su territorio. En España hay experiencias que vienen de la cultura árabe, de la Edad Media, de manejo del agua, que son un motivo de orgullo para nosotros, desde la famosa isla de Ibiza, famosa ahora por las discotecas, pero en realidad lo que atrae a personajes interesantes internacionales no era esta cosa de las discotecas de los años 90, sino un paisaje hecho desde la escasez, pero con una enorme sabiduría en el manejo de la topografía, del suelo, de qué alimentos pueden obtenerse para vivir en una isla. Y eso se lo debemos a los árabes, y eso lo tienen ustedes en sus sociedades. Pero igual podemos hablar del mundo iberoamericano, del mundo andino, del mundo azteca. Es un legado, es el legado, ese es uno de los componentes del paisaje. Y hay un conocimiento ancestral, una visión, una interpretación, que es un elemento que complementa a los Big Data y a los Small Data. Ayer, en la intervención de Susan sobre información, lo vino a decir. Big Data aporta mucho, Small Data también, pero hay una serie de conocimiento complementario. Ese conocimiento complementario a veces es esa interpretación holística de la piel, del metabolismo, que es el paisaje, ¿no? O que puede considerarse el paisaje. Damos la palabra a Ricardo, por favor.
Thank you, and thanks for having me here, and thanks for bearing with us. I see some tired faces, and we're close to the break, so I promise to keep it short, straight to the point, and I'm going to pick on the thread that Jessica left about data, and also topping up the conversation on the last panel yesterday that was also involving research, data, and evidence. To give a little bit of background, I work with an NGO called Innovations for Poverty Action, or IPA, that specializes in impact evaluation research. So I'm going to focus mainly on how research can contribute to this field. Let me start by sharing two important conclusions. There is ongoing research that's generating a body of evidence that is helping civil society, governments, donors in designing and delivering better strategy and better programming in fragile settings. However, the evidence that supports this is still scarce. So the second point is we're at an important opportunity to strengthen the field by generating more evidence and using it appropriately. So how do we land there? So it's estimated by the year 2030, 2/3 of people living in extreme poverty will be living also in fragile settings. Many of these settings are vulnerable to climate change. Some of these countries were mentioned over and over yesterday, like Mali, Yemen, DRC. So we know that climate change can exacerbate social differences that can lead to conflict. However, as I mentioned before, there's still little rigorous evidence that on how to increase social cohesion, how to improve governance, how to reduce violence in fragile settings. And I'm mainly referring to rigorous evidence, looking at the evidence that impact evaluations provide in terms of causal inference, knowing what is the real impact or the effects of a particular intervention. So, in these contexts, when I mention also fragile settings, many of them are impacted by climate change. So, the donor community here has a big responsibility because they allocate aid. And of course, you want to allocate aid to programs that are working. And a way to learn about that is through rigorous research. Yesterday, representatives from Luxembourg, Germany, the Netherlands, the European Union, all mentioned at some point in their presentations that there's need for better and rigorous evidence. So I'm going to tap on this point. There was also some debate yesterday about whether evidence or waiting for the perfect data or information can actually lead to inaction. So, yeah, the way I see it is not a kind of all-in situation where we need to wait until we get the perfect data to take action. We can continue to take action as we learn, as we conduct research. In fact, in the last 10 years, there's been a huge growth in the number of impact evaluations in the peace-building sector. Still small compared to mainly mainstream development impact evaluations, but regardless, it's an important increase. And that doesn't mean that organizations implementing programs in fragile settings or in environmental peace building have stopped working to run research. They have all, and you have all, continue working. And at the same time, important insights have been generated. So, yeah, the way I see is that you need to be responsible in both situations, when you are acting with data and when you're acting without this evidence base. So when you're acting without the evidence base, of course, you need to prioritize do no harm, as it was mentioned several times yesterday as well. Programs can backfire and have negative effects. And the other one is not getting stuck doing the same thing. Maybe you tried something that seems to work or is actually working, but because of the fear of not doing other things, because there's no evidence, you keep doing the same thing over and over again. And I think a good way to advance and move forward is to keep learning. And using rigorous research methods is a way to do that. And you also have to be responsible to act with data. So it's not just collecting data for the sake of it. It's not collecting data because a donor tells you to. It's collecting data because you want to act on it. You want to learn. So the data that you collect needs to be credible, good quality, needs to be actionable, that you actually commit to doing something with that data in your programming. It needs to be transferable as well, that you don't keep it in your drawer only, but you share it with the community, with other programs, with other decision makers. So to move on to kind of what we have learned from IPA and the research community in general doing rigorous impact evaluation research, there are two promising avenues, I would say, because the evidence still is scarce, in which we can continue learning about environmental peace building with rigorous research. One is that there might be relatively inexpensive ways to do some programming tweaks that can help prevent violence or prevent future conflict. And one way is, for example, to incorporate intergroup contact in programs that are already being implemented. So there is evidence that backs this up, still nascent. The other point is that it's worth probing whether bread and butter development interventions, let's say agricultural insurance, or someone mentioned yesterday delivery of improved seeds, the good agricultural technology adoption, these more mainstream development interventions can actually have the potential to mitigate climate-related conflict as well. So these are two potential avenues to explore. And research that we are currently doing at the intersection of peace, conflict, and security are out of we have a research fund that's supporting, in the last 3 years, roughly 70 impact evaluations in more than 30 countries. Only 2 of these 70 projects are related to environment. Most of them are related to peace building, reconstruction or rehabilitation, post-conflict as well, and crime reduction. But only 2 of these 70s are related, have a clear, direct environmental angle. So I'll just name the 2 studies briefly and then close. One is trying to evaluate the impact of intergroup dialogues between farmers and herders in Nigeria. The other one is trying to measure the impact of livestock insurance in pastoralist communities in Ethiopia and Kenya. And the idea is to try to measure the impact of the insurance alone and the insurance in combination with a conflict mitigating intervention. And that will tell us also a little bit about which one works better. When you do impact evaluations, you don't always need to do a program versus control group that doesn't receive the program. You can actually compare different components of a program and learn what mechanisms and dynamics are leading to causal impact. Another quick example that is not really an impact evaluation, but someone mentioned yesterday, is the use of panel surveys. So we are implementing panel surveys in Cox's Bazar and also in Lebanon with Syrian refugees. And we interview refugees and host communities every year and a half, collecting detailed data, socioeconomic variables, health, etc. And this data is made publicly available to the research community. So anyone can come in and use this data. For example, the Cox's Bazar panel survey has already spun off 10 different descriptive and impact evaluation projects. And impact evaluations can take time, that's true. In this case, if you have panel data readily available, as some of the secondary data sources that Jose mentioned yesterday in his presentation, you could use that data to produce really good quality, rigorous research and learn from that for decision making in programming and policy. So to come to a conclusion, there is ongoing research going on that's supporting decision making, but there is still a window of opportunity to do more than that. And a potential, let's say, more practical example of how to implement this is also a call for donors to provide, for instance, not many countries do R&D, research and development contributions as part of their budget. So why don't, if we are all agreeing since the conversations yesterday and probably throughout the day today, that this is a kind of increasingly important topic, the one of environmental peace building. Why don't allocate R&D, an R&D commitment to do rigorous research on this topic?
Muchísimas gracias, Ricardo. Abrimos el diálogo con todos ustedes. ¿Preguntas a los panelistas? Bien, aquí hay una. Hay una persona que va a preguntar. Olivier.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the great presentations, really interesting. I had two questions, if I may, one for Maha, one for Ricardo. Maha, you were talking about Iraq and the challenges of climate conflict in Iraq. What would you like to see national government, local government, international community do to address that? So that's the one big question. And Ricardo, I wonder, I'm not familiar with this idea of a panel service, so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that. And then also, you were talking about how bread and butter development interventions have the potential to mitigate climate conflict. Can you talk a little bit about how and what you think have been particularly good examples of that? Thank you.
Bien, Maja, aprovecho para pedir disculpas porque estaba diciendo mal el nombre, perdón, el nombre es Maja, ¿no?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yes, well, this is indeed a very big question. So what we want to see from the national government is actually paying attention more to climate change as a driver of instability. A lot of the Iraqi government efforts goes to stabilizing situations in areas where ISIS and radicalization is flourishing, but at the same time, in the south of Iraq especially, we have even a bigger problem. That's the water issue that is driving instability. And this is something, until now, the government is not even giving funds for like a local project that the local government of Basra are trying to implement. And for the international community, I think supporting civil society is one of the vital interventions. I've talked to a lot of people over there who have a lot of ideas that they want to implement, that they want to work, but they lack the fund. So this is a very important thing, like how you can fund these people to implement their project, and also to support dialogue between the government. And this is what PSI is trying to do, is that we're trying to bring the civil society with the government together. But our effort is still limited in its scale. And of course, international community with different funding instrument can do something even bigger and help us even doing like a bigger scale of these dialogue sessions that foster stability. Thank you.
Yes, I can go. Yeah. So to take your question, so the use of panel surveys. So a panel survey is when you interview the same cohort of individuals or households over time. No? So in this case, we're collecting data from about 5,000, in the case of Cox's Bazar, for instance, 5,000 households in both the refugee camp and host communities. And we follow them every 12 to 18 months, collecting detailed data. And then there's also a census where this sample is drawn from of about 40,000 households. So all that data is available for the research community to use. So you can come in, let's say you have an interesting question to answer. For example, it could be related to, let me look at some examples here. So the socioeconomic impacts of forced displacement in the camps, or it could be looking at mental health of refugees as well. So you have this panel where you can try to draw those conclusions just by analyzing the trends over time. There might be a particular intervention that was delivered in the camp in a random fashion, let's say, not because the NGO didn't have money to reach all of them. So you could also use the panel to see those changes over time. There might be a natural phenomenon, let's say floods during the monsoon season. So you could also look at the impacts before and after that particular situation. And the sample is representative as well. So yeah, this data could be very useful for quick responses, quick insights, and no need to wait, let's say, a year or 2 years after an intervention is implemented to learn what are the impacts of it. So that will be the advantage. The second question was, let me see, about bread and butter traditional or mainstream development interventions. So the one that quickly comes to mind is technology adoption. There is many, especially in Africa, but also in some places in Asia. Delivery of improved seeds, fertilizers to farmers, usually smallholder farmers. So this is a kind of not an intervention that's trying to change the outcomes necessarily in conflict or in climate, but it could have an impact. So researchers could also be looking at, when designing the surveys and designing the research studies, could be also asking these questions. No? So it could be an opportunity to motivate, let's say, development economists that are not that engaged in these topics to also be answering these questions, or move researchers particularly interested in these questions to also look at what these interventions could potentially impact. Other examples could be water supply, could be weather insurance, cash for work, for example. Yeah.
Perdón, ¿alguna pregunta más en la sala? Bien.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Thank you very much for the panel discussions. I think it's a very interesting list of recommendations that I have noted from your insights. And I note particularly, of course, the proposal by Ricardo to fund a bit more, if we could. I don't know if our instruments will help us for that, but research linked to implementation of programs, because we are always asked about the impact of the peace building. And that is very difficult to measure. And I note also with interest, of course, the extension of the surveys that you are mentioning. I started with that also some time ago. Perception surveys were conducted regularly by UNRWA in the Palestinian refugee situations. And so that's, I think, a very interesting complement to the quantitative data by collecting qualitative data. My question is more about water security, which was mentioned by International Alert, but also by Maha with the PSI initiative. It's really about the use of the word security. We have planet security, we have climate security, we have water security, and I see that this is leading to an appropriation in our institutions towards security-oriented responses. And I'm just wondering whether all your publications and efforts could not try to twist a little bit the angle towards peace, really, when we speak here about operationalizing principle of environmental peace building. The entry point is very, very important. And if the entry point is dialogue, if the entry point is intergroup between civil society and government, negotiations and involvement of communities, also as Gloria was mentioning, then we should put the stress on that. So there is I have a vocabulary issue, to be frank. I think if we want to promote resilience, if we want to promote factors of conflict prevention, we really need to take example where this has been promoted from the start as a positive perspective on how to use water, including water scarcity, not only as a factor of tension, but as a factor of peace.
Yes, thank you for a very interesting comment. And let me mention that even like during our interventions, meetings with local actors in Iraq, whether they are from the government or the civil society, the word security is not mentioned that much. And the reason that we want to introduce it is to add a level of urgency to the problem. And it's also a way to engage the political actors who do not see this issue as a security problem. And I think it is a security problem because there are like evidence and there are incidents where water issue, the lack of water and its pollution drove violence among the society and between different actors, between the government and armed groups. So it is a security issue, but stressing it is to add the urgency element to it for the government to take action on the ground. And this is basically our approach. Thank you.
If I can just make a very small contribution to that, I agree with what you are saying, and I also totally acknowledge your comment on kind of the risk of securitizing the issues that we're talking about, and I think if we're talking about the Water, Peace and Security Initiative, it is very much about peace building, and I think where it's coming from is that often when we're talking around kind of water-related conflicts, there's quite a tendency to kind of immediately zoom in on kind of, okay, what's the issue with the water? Let's look at the hydrological situation, et cetera, et cetera. And it's very difficult to kind of get those actors on board that are kind of looking at more kind of the broader security situation, peace-building efforts in that context related to water. So I think that's really where it's coming from. But I think your comment is really important for us to kind of really reflect on kind of how we use language for these kind of projects and kind of in these kind of conferences. Thank you.
Bien, hay sí, dos preguntas o tres por aquí delante y dos detrás.
Should I go first, as I've got the mic? Yeah.
Okay, Mike.
Having the mic gives me power. I also wanted to say how interesting I thought this panel was, and I guess my question is for everybody, but particularly for Jessica. You know, there's been a strong emphasis on the need to engage local communities and to support them. And you also talked about the need of helping them access information as well as strengthening their ability to advocate with people in positions of authority. I think one of the features of many conflict situations, if we're honest, has been the failure to inject local perspectives into peace processes, to inject local people's sense of what they need if they are going to be able to survive, what security means for them. A catastrophic example of this has been Yemen. That's something that my organization is trying to deal with, where essentially neither the power brokers nor the international community are listening to what people are saying. So I think the work that you and others, and to a certain degree we're doing, to understand and support local communities to identify and articulate their issues is very important. But if it isn't cutting through to people who are then engaging and responsible for peace processes, political conversations, then it's deeply frustrating. And my question is, are there examples, positive examples of success where, you know, and what would you say accounts for that success, whereby, you know, all the work that's going into data collection and community dialogue is actually then affecting in a muscular way the conversations that take place, both about peace processes and what kind of investments are needed to ensure that peace agreements actually last?
Just to say thanks so much, first of all, to all the panelists for the really interesting interventions. I had a question for Jessica, first of all. We don't hear so much of examples from Asia, and the one that you mentioned of Philippines was really interesting, and you stressed the importance of strengthening local governance. And then I wasn't clear on where you were working in Philippines. Would you be able to just indicate kind of the region as well? And then this project was kind of 10 years in the making, so it'd be great to understand kind of the different phases, and again how you were able to also strengthen kind of local governance over natural resource management. And then my second question, just very quickly for Ricardo, you gave two examples of evaluations which I understand are ongoing in this kind of space of environmental peace building. Do you know of any good examples of kind of completed evaluations that we could have a look at that are out there that you think would be kind of good examples or reference points? Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your questions. And I wish I had all the answers, especially to you. I think Richard, right?
Richard's good, but it's Michael.
It's Michael. Michael Keating. Yes, sorry about that. Yeah. So, yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, you're putting the finger on the spot, basically. That's you know, the voices of local communities, local actors doesn't really filter through. And you know, as I was listening, I was thinking, of course, can I really think about a very, very good example? And I think I have to be honest, actually, I don't really know. kind of right here. I'm sure if I think a bit more longer, I would come up with an answer. But I think actually one of the things that I really wanted to also kind of say here during this workshop, and especially in the context of this session, is you know, if we really want to be serious about the importance of kind of local stakeholders, local approaches as part of peace building and environmental peace building, they need to be part of the conversation, and that conversation is starting here. But yeah, kind of looking at kind of this workshop and a lot of the climate security events that are happening, they're kind of led by global institutions like ourselves, largely dominated by people representing global institutions, or yeah, international institutions, whereas the voice of local actors is very minimum, and I think we need to do much better, and especially if we kind of listen to my interventions. I mean, talking about how we go about local approaches and kind of really sharing some of the examples of our country work. I mean, we have to be frank that they just don't really sound as meaningful and as convincing as they would have been if we had a local representative, an activist, talking here and really kind of bringing the realities to life, basically. So I really would like to see kind of more kind of inclusive discussions happening in this field, but not only here in Europe, in America, but these discussions need to start going to the regional level. And then going back to your comment, I think once that is happening, there's that empowerment element, there is that visibility element, and yeah, we need to kind of move to a kind of an environment situation. I don't know the right word, where there's no getting away from kind of involving and listening to the perspectives from local communities. So that's my response to that, which might not be the exact answer that you were hoping for. And then Catherine. Yes, in the Philippines, we have been doing this work largely in Mindanao, and it's basically been kind of projects of 1, 2, or 3 years that kind of kept being extended, and basically we're just rolling it out across Mindanao, and kind of really kind of thriving on the enthusiasm of the different stakeholders that are involved in these processes, and kind of the visible kind of trust building between local communities, local authorities, but even businesses that are, you know, impacting on land use in those contexts, and that's kind of how that project has been, yeah, kind of growing strong, basically, slowly but surely, in that part of the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay. Catherine, to answer your question, to my knowledge, there is no rigorous impact evaluation completed and published that looks at the intersection of climate, security, and peace. So one of the sources we usually go to map out what's the evidence out there is they are called evidence maps developed by 3IE, which is this international organization for impact evaluation. And they have one called Building Peaceful Societies Evidence Gap Map. And it's publicly available. And you can see there like a number of interventions in the peace sector and a number of different outcomes that are measured, no? Governance, social cohesion, violence reduction, etc. There are no, like the rows related to environment are empty. There's nothing, no evidence there yet. So the projects that I mentioned are the ones that I know that are kind of pushing the evidence agenda towards in this particular field. But let me share with you 2 examples, perhaps from the peace sector, since I'm working in the Peace and Recovery Program. They are not environment related, and I know that's your background, but from peace, one that comes to mind was published last year. It's a football, soccer leagues in Iraq that it's an area of Iraq where Christians were displaced because of ISIS, and they have a local football league. And then the researchers randomly assigned teams to be either mixed between Christians and Muslims or all Christians. And they looked at the perceptions about trust, discrimination after the league ended. So this is one where they see that changes in the pitch, let's say, are possible. There's more likelihood of Christian players that played in mixed teams that they will train and play with Muslim players after the league ended. They will also vote for a Muslim player, for instance, for prizes of most valuable player, let's say, but there are no real changes in perceptions towards the community of the pitch. No? So that's one of the findings, that there was apparently, 6 weeks of league didn't really change that, so probably you need a more intense or different approach. So I can go into measurement details if you have questions, but there are clever ways of trying to measure abstract concepts like trust, for example. No? And the other example I can quickly think of is a few years older, is a transitional justice project that was done about 10 years after the civil war ended in Sierra Leone, and brought communities, like through bonfire ceremonies, they brought violence perpetrators and victims of violence together to talk about their grievances. And it resulted in kind of positive effects in terms of trust, but negative effects in terms of mental health. It kind of brought up a lot of sentiments that were probably buried. So that was kind of a mixed, mixed results in terms of positive and negative outcomes.
Muchas gracias, Ricardo. Para terminar, vamos muy tarde, pido disculpas. Invitaría a una intervención final a Eladio y a Gloria.
Thank you very much, Antonio. I had no clue that you were in the peace sector so obsessed with numbers. As a scientist, I love numbers because, but I think numbers are about measuring simple things, not complicated things. For that, we have concepts, we have words. As a human being, I'm attached to words. And I want to congratulate you, Antonio, for the choice of words for this session, Local governance, landscapes, peace, mediation. They are very good words, Actually, landscape, I always like etymology. Landscape means what you see around you, the land you see around you. And it's not that different from environment. Environment comes from the Middle French, environ. It's what you see around you. And what you see around you is not just natural environment. You see people, you see houses, you see practices, you hear languages, you see other people. So I think this is the diversity, the interest, and I think that the concept of landscape is good because it's holistic. It takes many different things, and in the end, the word governance is another word that in Spanish we don't translate it well. We say gobernanza, but it sounds funny. So we should say buen gobierno, And I think this is a vital word because in the end, environment is not about climate, is not about technical solutions, is not about rocks and animals. Environment is about people. It's how people interact through their surroundings. I think that's in conservation, we have said this all. Conservation is about how to deal with people, to treat nature differently, And I think so this choice of words is very good, and I will take them with me and think them over, and going back into, this action, that the importance of the local action is fundamental. Because what you see around you is not the whole country, is what you can act on, thinking, always having a broad mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say a few things. I listening to the even interventions from the floor talking about water resources and what have you. Well, depending on what the landscape is, I know that as in the dry lands, as we have a large portion of the country, that's Nigeria, occupying the dryland zone, there's a need for a comprehensive, drought contingency plan to be in place in order to reduce the vulnerability of the farmers and herders, because oftentimes water scarcity has been part of the problems that cause the conflicts, so it really, if there's a plan in place, there's no way it will not take that's the necessities of these two groups of, agricultural sector players. Whether the climate is there or not, there has always been the issue of drought occurring periodically, in that region. And so this is part of the things that we have put down as a way forward to, to have a concrete drought plan. And so, in a way of trying to conclude this, I just want to say that any peace-building framework, needs to recognize actors on both sides. More oftentimes, conflicts occur between two groups, no matter what the groups are. And then, of course, we need to rebuild, after engaging in appropriately quelching the conflict, there's a need to rebuild relationships, not just quelching the conflict and allowing the players to move on with their lives. There's a need to bring them together. There's a need to allow those that have been displaced, to return to their homes. Because as we speak, the conflicts we are talking about has a very great toll. It's taking a very great on lives and progress of family members. So there's a need to proactively rehabilitate these people and make them even go back to their ancestral bases, because it's not easy for a community of persons to leave their ancestral base due to conflict, and you allow them to stay in exile, if I may use the word exile, for many years. This has been playing a role. That is the experience we have been having, and something urgent really needs to be done. Critical success factors, in implementing peace building must be engaged, so that, people can have a sense of belonging, within a geographical entity, call it a country or what have you. And so we need to have a robust planning. Planning is very, very important because conflicts will always arise. There has to be measures put in place to even avoid it, instead of taking reactive measures. There's a need for cooperation and open-mindedness of all parties. And of course, there's also a need to ensure that conflicts will not even be anticipated, that there's a need to create that peaceful atmosphere that ensures people that you can come out, go to your farm as a farmer, and not be attacked or killed, in the field. These are the experiences we are having, and we pray that discussions of this nature can, be uplifted to the ears of those that are involved actually in these in mediations, and those that have the opportunity to develop policies or programs that cut across regions where there are conflicts, and that cuts across regions where there are environmental issues, and of course, and then climate. Well, because often I also believe that it's not every environmental problem that is actually climate related. There are some that are ideologically related. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
En definitiva, y terminamos, hablar de paisaje es hablar de la gente. Y el paisaje es un concepto que nos ayuda a dar visibilidad a la gente. La profesora de la Universidad de Pensilvania, Ann Winston Spearn, ha acuñado el concepto de alfabetismo paisajístico como vía para la democracia ecológica, el empoderamiento de las poblaciones locales respecto a su paisaje permite avanzar o practicar algo que pudiéramos llamar democracia ecológica. Disculpas por el retraso, muchísimas gracias a los panelistas, a ustedes por su paciencia, terminamos. Gracias.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel 6 focused on environment as an actor at the peace negotiation table. How? I am Montse Abad, wearing a nice double hat. On the one hand, I am professor of public international law at Carlos III University, one of the 6 public universities in Madrid, which is very committed with sustainability and environment. And on the other hand, I am co-director of the International Secretariat of ICEL, the International Council of Environmental Law. ICEL was launched at the 10th UCN General Assembly in New Delhi in 1969, becoming the world's first and oldest organization of lawyers dedicated to the field of environmental law. And it is an honor for me to be here moderating this panel. I am very grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all the organizers, institutions and persons involved in the preparation of this wonderful workshop. Like the previous panels, the heading and the speakers are really promising. Now we will focus on a discussion on the role of international legal frameworks and negotiations in environmental peace building, and it will assess latest developments at the international level and their contributions to climate security dilemmas. Following the same operational approach initiated by Ambassador Blekwa, each of the panelists will have 5 minutes to present the main ideas on how the experience on the ground can help to strengthen the position of the environment at the negotiation table. After that, we will have 30 minutes of internal debate among the panelists, and including the open floor for questions and answers from the audience. Let me please just make a very brief introduction. The very premise from which we start is that it is urgent to transform our relationship with nature. This brings to my mind the title of the recent report from UNEP, Making Peace with Nature, words that have been used in different contexts lately by the United Nations General Secretary, Antonio Guterres, saying that to make peace with nature has to be the defining task of this century. And we could add a second part to these headings to reinforce the idea that is behind this panel, nature as a key for peace. So, making peace with nature and making that nature becomes a key for peace. How? All actors have a part to play in transforming humankind's relationship with nature, and also to get that environment becomes a key for peace. Obviously, scientists, political leaders, lawyers, mass media, and civil society organizations have a very clear role. Also, as we have seen this morning, religious leaders, educators, psychologists, even neuroscientists can bring a very precious expertise. But also, citizens at large have huge responsibilities as well. And perhaps it is urgent to raise awareness using the fabulous potential that we have in front of us. No one could be successful being alone, as all these players are needed. In any case, this 6th panel deals with things that are connected with the international legal framework. And we need a decent international law to ensure that life on Earth continues to be sustainable. Even human rights are in reality dependent on that. However, it is necessary to keep in mind that the situation regarding legal frameworks is really complex, even thorny, due to different reasons. Very briefly. First, there are different scopes to consider, universal, regional, local, with different players overlapping. Second, both governance and management issues are involved. Thus, on the one hand, the institutions, the norms, the processes, how decisions are taken, who are relevant, who are invited, and on the other hand, how these decisions are going to be implemented. Third, there are different kinds of law and mechanisms to be considered, hard law, soft law, with different implications. And finally, last but not least, fourth, there are different branches within international law to take into account. International environmental law, but also international human rights law at all times, as the recently recognition of the human right to a healthy environment shows, and the new increasing strategic litigations mixing environmental issues and human rights issues. But there are other branches which are also very relevant, as, for instance, international humanitarian law, when there is an armed conflict, and criminal law, when the discussions can take into account, for instance, sanctions, or even the possibility to introduce the ecocide through an internal criminal code or beyond. Or the settlement of disputes. We are talking about negotiations, but there are other peaceful means to settle disputes according to international law. Some of them have a political or a diplomatic character, but others have a jurisdictional character, and they are underused. On the one hand, the judicial settlement, and the states have some of reluctance to them, but there are also arbitrations, the possibility to have an arbitral settlement. So there are many questions which are involved. I hope that we will have the opportunity to discuss some of things from a practical perspective. And now, at the negotiation table, it's necessary to consider certain relevant parameters. Who is going to negotiate? Anyone is missing? Where, how, what for, using what tools? So I think that I should stop here. Let me introduce the speakers. They are really experts, and it is a privilege for me to share this session with them. They are going to intervene. I'm going to introduce them one by one because it seems easier if the two first interventions come from the colleagues who are online. So first will be Donald Kanuaru. Dear Donald, are you there?
Yes.
Great. Donald Kanuaru is an international legal expert. She's a diplomat from Kenya. She's the current representative of the International Council of Environmental Law before UNIA, in Nairobi. We are colleagues and friends within this environmental NGO. Donald, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you, Madam, the moderator, my colleague. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to this workshop. I appreciate that, and I also acknowledge my fellow panelists and attendees. Our environment is entwined between Europe and Africa and connected through the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. The atmosphere is similarly connected and is open for use and is of a great asset between the two continents, between Europe and Africa. Of course, there are different approaches between the two regions, but most important, the South was to benefit from and be shaped along the lines of the North, with the languages of the North, practically the lingua franca, and actually managed by the North for several decades. In other words, it's clear and honest that the state of the environment, the state of everything over the last 5 decades, Africa has been fully under the shadow of the North. This is shaping differently now, without imposition, but learning from the North. But both sides are engaged and working together, so to speak. Further, in our lifetime, we expect more interaction between Africa and Europe, not only the northern route and the southern route, but the routes in between the two oceans, that is Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. Indeed, our work is total in domestic, regional, and global levels. The North is leading in ability, skills, science, and technology, while the South still yearns for capacity building and is open to work with the North and share resources which the South cannot fully tap without the cooperation of our northern brothers and sisters. And so we are together. And as the environment knows no boundaries, we expect that the cooperation will be total, and that at any table where environment, security, and other issues of that nature, the two sides complement each other, and we are together. Environment is and has been an actor of peace. Environment and its components are to be viewed in their broadest and soundness, and is home of humanity, nature, and hope of mankind. We are charged with the responsibility to take care of the environment. We have not always done so. In fact, we have fallen short of the glory of God. And so environment is partner of peace, without which all would be void and meaningless. Environment is leader in peaceful coexistence, and I mention a few examples in this respect. Water bodies are highways for contacts, navigation, transport, trade, and communication. That is oceans, seas, and rivers. And the examples of the Mediterranean demonstrate this without question. Despite tensions here and there, peace is still a clarion call between our regions, between other regions, and this is without any doubt. In Asia, again, you see peace and environment enjoined, whether you are talking of the Indus River and the institutes there, whether you are talking of the Mekong, whether you are talking in the straits, international straits, as is well demonstrated. In Africa, you think of the Nile and the other basins, and once again, you see the role of peace and environment as critical. All regions have this perspective and a vast experience. When it comes to sharing natural resources, directly or indirectly, environment is a critical entanglement to avoid pollution and destruction. To cooperate requires more than one, for no one can benefit or does benefit, receive benefit in a hostile environment. So we have to retreat to explore to exploit actual and potential benefits and to move together in order to maximize the benefits. Often in bilateral relations actually lead into what next? And Europe has led the way here, is very advanced. Others, examples of cooperation, and tries, for example, when you look at the law of the sea, the oceans, you look at Articles 279, 287, the means of sorting out conciliation, arbitration, tribunals, and International Court of Justice. These come into play. It's very important. So competition in exploration and exploitation of resources, and without and sharing of data should be the way we move together. The principle of international cooperation is key and must be followed. Africa has resources, enormous resources, on land, on the zones around it, economic zone, the continental shelf, but we are unable to exploit these resources. We need the cooperation, the understanding of the North with the resources, with the science that can put us together to mutually benefit both the North and the South. And so I cannot overemphasize that Europe and Africa need each other. This is it. This is it. Europe has shaped Africa immensely. And the 55 states of Africa are reliant on Europe in several respects. There was a phase of tension. Now is a phase of cooperation. And the resources that are out there are useful and for mutual benefit. Let the 1.5 billion people of Africa benefit through the science, technology, and the resources in the North, which we are able then to bring together and to share together. International cooperation needs close attention by especially the two regions. And as Europe is leader in many ways, in conventions, in laws, in stability of the laws which have now extended to our region, we would like to work together to share in all these resources that can be mutually beneficial. But there have been challenges. We should be realistic in this respect. And so let us face the challenges with the courage. In Africa, environment would count on a major contributor, the women folk, because they are directly in touch with the land and they have exploited it, they have benefited Africa, and of their results reach to the North as well. But what we need to do is this group of people are old now. They are aging. We want the younger women endowed with the science and technology to take over. And they need the assistance they can get. And capacity building is a major input that the North has over the young, both men and women, as we tap the resources that would be mutually beneficial. Of course, there are tools. We have the laws that we have now brought into being since Stockholm. We have constitutions which recognize all this, as the moderator said, human rights and others. We have guidelines that have been developed over time. Europe has utilized some. You have a convention on EIA. You have a convention on the principle number 10, access to justice and public participation. We have global and regional conventions which are benefited through these means, and our legislatures, our executives, and our courts from the 1990s have picked on this particular aspect and development, and we're moving very well together. And so these agreements, Africa is party to, global and regional, and the principles we are using. And of course, we are next almost to Europe in the number of conventions, except when it comes to implementation, we need assistance. And UNEP has played a major role in this respect, where there has been lack of enthusiasm. The Organization of African Unity has asked UNEP to assist. We have assisted in a number of regional conventions and in the implementation of the global ones, and these obviously are known to each one of us. So the 5-6 decades have benefited immensely in this respect. I want to conclude by mentioning that out here in Africa, you have the 50 years of environment of UNEP and in Africa, and so in the next few months will be focused on 50 years of tremendous development in policy, in law, not only in the continent but globally in all regions and together. So let us not forget, so far, the environment has won. It has scored highly. It is now an instrument of peace everywhere. And so as we look to what is really not there, we look to the future, the beginning of the next 50 years, which are be starting anytime now. Let us work together.
Donald, excuse me for the interruption. You should be finishing by now because...
yes, I take it very kindly. Let us say this, we finish, and in my concluding remarks, in case I don't have another moment to say so, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ange Gerber, Senior Mediation Advisor at the European External Action Service. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And obviously this is a very interesting panel because on the one hand we had sort of this non-manifest world in the first panel this morning about where we stand in our relationship with nature. And now we have a panel where we want to sort of really concretize it in a very sort of manifest way. And I'm not sure whether I'm able to do that, but I just want to make a few points from the point of view of a mediator, not necessarily from the point of view of a, sort of within a legal perspective. So I asked myself that question, is not only the environment at the table, how, but actually asking the question, also, asking nature, do you want to be at the negotiation table, right? Because, it's not nature's fault that we are in this situation. It's the fault of humanity. So my question is really, in that sense, how do we protect that nature in order not to be negotiated upon, but use it, as something that, we want to make the best out of in that sense and protect it. It's almost like a divorce mediation per se, so where you put the child, we wouldn't put the child as a negotiating party. So in that sense, is that, so how, do we want that? And then in order to do that, we need to understand as well. I mean, when we have parties at the table as mediators, we want to understand position, their interests, their needs, their background. So that for us would involve a much stronger stakeholder analysis and sort of really looking at the power relationship between the parties and how actors and the resolution of a conflict would affect nature or the environment or not. And if there's a strong correlation between the two, yes, we need to bring it at the table, but how? That's the question also then, to do a conflict analysis and data research on it. Then the third point on it is, do we want it on the table? Is that, well, maybe we need to be told it has to be at the table. And for that, we're looking obviously, and then I'm referring to Women, Peace and Security resolution. So we need a UN Security Council resolution clearly on climate, peace and security. For me, it's just a question of time. We mentioned also today the Earth Charter. It might be interesting to see a new ratification, a genuine legal ratification of an Earth Charter of sorts in order to have it firmly at the table. Now, in mediation, per se, we also deal with norms. We have procedural norms and we have content norms. That's very manifest now. The procedural norms, for example, in mediation also then we distinguish between unsettled ones and settled ones, but I'm not going to go into that great detail. But for example, in a procedural norm, you need the consent of all parties towards a third party. So if I bring in the environment at the table, I bet you none of the parties would want me to bring the environment in because A, we want quick deals, and B, these are very complicated issues to deal with, and usually conflict actors very much benefit from the exploitation of natural resources, and they're in for the quick gain of it. So that's a difficult one. When you look at, for example, unsettled norms as neutrality, me as a mediator bringing the environment at the table, wanting to negotiate on it, also means that I'm affecting my degree of neutrality because I'm bringing my own interests at the table. Interesting. In terms of the content norms, which are very fixed, and you mentioned the one that we have, is that we have the prohibition of amnesty and protection of life. We have the whole Human Rights Council aspect, that a human right or human security is also the right for a healthy environment. The question of whether we can expand the ICC to a fifth element on ecocide. All these kind of dimensions, very complicated to get into it, so it requires big systematic change. I'm hurrying up. And the unsettled ones, which would be, and this was very interesting because we discussed it at the opening panel, are the aspects of democracy, relationship, governance, corruption, economic and environmental law, where we operate in an interesting territory between domestic and international law. So the mediator is really kind of in between that space. So how then? A few points on that. One of them is my big question is that, okay, COP26 is a self-imposed sort of declaration of intent, with some accountabilities. Can we do that in the field of mediation as well? My proposal would be, we need an SRSG, Special Representative of the Secretary General on Climate, Peace and Security, who would engage on cases when we have, a clear climate security perspective in a peace mediation case. We could do this in a European structure as well. We would have scientists like you accompany maybe process design experts and mediation teams. We need much better modeling of what happens in certain sort of negotiation, negotiation of agreements to be able to really assess the climate impact on it. But really, and this is my last point, what are the consequences of all of this for mediation? And this is where I'm not sure whether we actually want to have nature at the table. Because what it means really is that the attractiveness of third-party international mediation will actually be less, or it will be less attractive because there will be much more transaction cost. Or what we call today elite bargaining, which is sitting with the parties at the table. Without nature, you can make quick deals. It will make our life much more complicated, so that's the big question. So my question would be, should be nature at the table, or should we bring it on the agenda? Which are two different things, so that might be something to consider. Yeah. So in the end, maybe I leave that for the next point, but we are in a sort of clear collusion of current norms. There's a clash of norms. There's also a clash of needs. And there is a clash with ethical concerns versus the current norms. And this is very nicely sort of the link to the first session that we had this morning. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, the next speaker is Dr. Luis Herrera Mesa. He is professor of biology at the University of Navarra, another Spanish university, and also he works for the Foundation for el Conocimiento, for the knowledge. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Estamos muy escasos de tiempo. Y yo, bueno, pues voy a agradecer en primer lugar esta invitación a participar en este workshop sobre clima, paz y seguridad. Entonces, next, yes, no, next. Es imposible resumir en 5 minutos los contenidos de un libro que acabo de publicar en la editorial McGraw-Hill, que lo presento ahí. Que lo presento en este clima, paz y seguridad. Y que está recogido en este libro. Bueno, pues es imposible en 5 minutos hacer este resumen. Como digo, aquí tenemos un bosque que es lo que decimos en biología un auténtico sumidero de CO2, de dióxido de carbono, ¿no? Next. Bien, esto es en cambio lo que es una contaminación con alerta roja en China. Y siguiente, vemos aquí que los gases de efecto invernadero, pues tratamos especialmente el tema del dióxido de carbono, cómo se está incrementando. La siguiente, en los últimos años también, de acuerdo con los acuerdos de Kioto, el incremento de metano que se produce en la atmósfera. También el incremento siguiente de óxido nitroso, y por último los gases fluorocarbonados como 4 componentes fundamentales de los gases de efecto invernadero. Siguiente, lo que aquí vemos un poco de una forma acumulada en esta transparencia, lo que son los efectos del incremento de gases de efecto invernadero, el dióxido de carbono, el óxido nitroso y el metano, ¿no? Siguiente. Yes, next. Bien, en esta diapositiva veamos que los gases de efecto invernadero que produce la OCDE en la gráfica superior en el color azul, y el incremento de los gases de efecto invernadero por la línea roja, producidos por la República Popular China. Esto es dramático porque se ve que en los próximos años, evidentemente, China va a superar a las emisiones de los 34 países de la OCDE. Yo, es decir, hablo de datos, como científico tengo que decir esto. Quiero ser honesto y como la presentación la tienen ustedes impresa, tenemos que decir la verdad, aunque cueste, pero esta es la realidad. La República Popular China en los próximos años va a emitir más gases de efecto invernadero, especialmente de dióxido de carbono, que los 34 países de la OCDE. Siguiente. Bueno, aquí esta diapositiva sería un poco compleja explicarlo, pero lo tienen ustedes en el libro. Si ustedes compran el libro, podrán comprender esta transparencia que es un poco difícil de explicar, pero es lo que se produce cuando emitimos gases de efecto invernadero. Vamos a ver, en un contexto global y desde el punto de vista de la historia de la geología del planeta, vamos a ver, hemos tenido procesos de calentamiento global cíclicos en el planeta. Vistos desde el punto de vista histórico, esto está muy bien considerado en el libro, pues cada 150 o 200.000 años se produce un proceso de enfriamiento y de calentamiento, Ahora mismo estamos en una fase de calentamiento que posiblemente durará 3.000, 4.000 años más, y se seguirán descongelando los casquetes polares, y es de lo que quiero tratar aquí. Eso llevará consigo la subida del nivel del mar. Y como un conflicto que vamos a tener en las próximas décadas, si vamos al ritmo de desglaciación actual que se incrementa en este periodo del Antropoceno, donde teníamos un tren de vida de mayor consumo, pues evidentemente hay también mayores emisiones de CO2. Pero que los gases de efecto invernadero no se deben exclusivamente al desarrollo humano, sino que es un proceso natural en el que estamos de desglaciación y de calentamiento. Siguiente. Bien, ¿qué pasa en los océanos? Y es lo que quería la parte medular de esta ponencia. Pues siguiente. Vemos que va habiendo, a lo largo de estos 12.000 años, en el periodo Holoceno en el que estamos, el nivel del mar ha subido unos 60 metros. Esto quiere decir que Japón se ha separado de Asia continental, lo mismo ha ocurrido el continente asiático del continente americano, lo mismo ha ocurrido de Gran Bretaña del continente europeo, y en este ritmo siguiente, pues estudios de altimetría satelital, es decir, los mejores sistemas que tenemos ahora, incluso, pues se ha medido un poco el cambio del nivel del mar en todas esas estaciones que figuran ahí en San Francisco, en Georgetown, en Estocolmo, etcétera, ¿no? Pago, etcétera. Bien, es incontrovertible que estamos en un cambio climático global, que eso lleva consigo un incremento del nivel del mar, que aunque contengamos, la conclusión principal podría ser que aunque contengamos el incremento de la temperatura, según los acuerdos de París, de 1,5 grados, se seguirá descongelando los casquetes polares. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos en un proceso natural de desglaciación. Y esto es así. Es decir, y para los negacionistas que no quieren ver el cambio climático, yo les digo que sí, que estamos en un proceso de calentamiento y que luego dentro de 100.000 años no lo vamos a ver nosotros, evidentemente. Habrá un proceso de glaciación y volverá a bajar el nivel del mar, pero esto es así. Entonces, lo que propongo, siguiente, es, bueno, un cambio del nivel del mar se ha seguido mediante estos altímetros satelitales en 2 puntos del Mediterráneo, en Marsella y aquí en España, ¿no? Bueno, pues en estos últimos 100 años ha subido unos 20-25 centímetros el nivel del mar. Siguiente. Bueno, a modo de conclusión, lo que yo propongo es que, bueno, pues se van a producir migraciones naturales de poblaciones amenazadas de inundación. Y para ello lo que se deben es adoptar medidas audaces e inteligentes para la concesión de visados, para repatriar estas poblaciones insulares, como son de las Islas Fiji, las Islas Salomón, las Islas Maldivia, en el Océano Índico, e ir haciendo un proceso de inmigración ordenada y de reintegración de esa población en países pues, más desarrollados. Puede ser Nueva Zelanda, puede ser Australia, digo Australia, estos países porque son los más próximos que están en estos archipiélagos de las islas del Pacífico, ¿no? En aras a la paz y la seguridad, lo que debemos es ya adelantarnos con programas de inmigración ordenada, ¿no? Termino mi presentación. Estamos, como digo en el libro, ustedes podrán ver y estudiar mucho más ampliamente esto que he reducido aquí en 5 minutos, un poco más, ¿no? La última diapositiva, por favor. Estamos celebrando el 700 aniversario de Dante Alighieri, el gran poeta, el gran poeta italiano. En su Divina Comedia nos hace una reflexión que podría conectar con la primera presentación sobre el tema de la religión y de las religiones en pro de la paz. Dante Alighieri en el infierno, luego está el purgatorio y al final hay luz para la esperanza, ¿no? Hay luz para la esperanza. En el libro yo trato de algunas medidas que se deben y de que hecho se están tomando ya para paliar un poco los efectos adversos del cambio climático. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The following speaker is René Larivière, Senior Director for Program Management at Interpeace. And I apologize for postponing your intervention. I hadn't realized that you were the second panelist who was going to intervene online. René, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, no problem.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Great, yes, we can
Okay.
hear you. The floor is yours.
Fantastic. Great. Thanks very much. Actually, what's interesting here is I used to be an environmental scientist, but I've dedicated the last 15 years of my life actually working in the peace building field. So this is very much a very relevant conference and way of interacting and bringing various fields together. I'm a practitioner, so I'll focus my presentation very much on examples to illustrate lessons learned from the peace building field and also calling on my background as an environmental scientist, but also bring some examples in terms of best practice and on the intersectionality of peace building and climate change. And so I'll focus less on the international frameworks themselves. We know that climate change is really widely recognized as one of the major forces today shaping the future of our lives with far-reaching and often disastrous consequences for many societies. And so the first point that I'd like to make is that given the profound impact of climate change, it's increasingly being recognized as an indirect conflict driver. And here the relationship between climate and conflict, as Antje was just saying a few minutes ago, is very complex. It's clear that climate change is a conflict multiplier. It aggravates already fragile contexts. It has the potential to fuel social upheaval, but also violence. And it's the combination that actually can cause increased security threats. Climate extremes, whether they're felt through floods, drought, or heat waves, threaten the livelihoods of many people, including their health and their food security. And while climate change is a global phenomenon, the impacts are characterized by a lot of inequalities. Already vulnerable people in societies are the ones who are more severely affected by the impacts of climate change. So then this raises very much for me a fundamental question about equality, equity, and vulnerability, but also specifically about power relations. In many countries where we work, and we see, and where many of you work also, you see that climate change, or many of these societies suffer from weak governance institutions, and also deeply entrenched corruption, making them less able to deal with the impact of climate change. The second point that I wanted to share is that we've seen climate change actually be an entry point for peace building and track 1 mediation efforts. What Antje was talking about earlier, and it was actually quite interesting to hear her take, because she does operate at a very high level track 1 negotiation very often in many countries. But I also think that it's an entry point for a different type of mediation, more at the local level or track 2 or 3 level. And it can be actually climate change or any environmental issues can actually be a very powerful entry point for peace building efforts in bringing communities together on issues that they can actually only tackle together and not as individuals. For example, our work at Interpeace, we've actually focused on some climate change issues that have actually been part of our conflict resolution mechanisms established in Kenya in the North Rift Valley, for example, where we've been able to broker local ceasefire agreements through this entry point, and as such, strengthen social cohesion between the various communities and have seen a drastic reduction in violence as well between the different communities. So we've seen actually that, we've also seen actually that climate change related risks can play, a role in high-level peace negotiations. But as Anche was referring to earlier as well, there's a danger that these issues become politicized and don't really reflect the true community needs. And we've seen in the peace-building field, at the track one negotiation levels, there's often a disconnect between the political elites who are at the negotiation table and in faraway cities from the citizens who are living the daily violence in their lives. So it's important to be aware that sometimes it can work and be an entry point, but I think it has to be couched and reflected on the realities of each initiative. And I think here, one of the main points that we've seen also can be very beneficial is that it's important that if track one negotiations are happening in terms of mediation efforts, there should also be other efforts should be done in parallel to these track one negotiations. And that includes working on what we often call or refer to as kind of the soft issues, which means, working on issues of of resilience, of social cohesion, trust, and reconciliation efforts. And in fact, since the protection of the environment is a common interest, climate mitigation efforts can build upon opportunities to build trust and collaboration between communities. An example here, it can be the forest management or the management of the resources from the forests, but that are needed by diverse members of a community. That requires forcibly a collective engagement, and therefore you have to build activities around building trust so that people can collaborate. The third point that I wanted to make is really whether they're track one mediation efforts or any type of environmental or peace building initiative, it's important not to generalize approaches. And I mean, we know that each context, each community, feels the effect of climate change in different forms. Therefore, the options related to climate change mitigation or reducing the effects of climate change must be context-driven, and it must be decided locally. This has been also shared with some of the panelists in the previous presentation. This means that, in some contexts, the appropriate entry points will be, for example, the protection of the resources or water management. But in others, it might be more related to the perceived unequal management of resources by the authorities, which then fuels conflicts and erodes the social contract. This is very much the case that we've seen in the Sahel. And actually, Interpeace has been working for the last 10 years in Mali. And actually, what we've seen is the result of our work shows that Malians don't frame the conflict related to the management of natural resources or, a conflict stemming from the effects of climate change, even around the scarcity of resources. But actually, Malians rather say that the conflicts, all conflicts, I'm generalizing, but most conflicts are due to deficiencies in governance structures and corrupt systems. And this therefore generates conflicts between individuals and communities, but also especially between citizens and the state, and with regard to governance issues. So therefore, peace-building action needs, as it relates to climate change, really needs to place an important attention point on building trust between different governance structures and people as well. The last point that I want to make is that climate change action needs to be what we call peace responsive. And peace-building actions that are being developed also need to be climate sensitive in a way. And what I mean here is that what must drive our actions actually is that communities and governments must own their actions with regard to the climate agenda, and it shouldn't be imposed externally. The COP, the COP26 and other international frameworks that were referred to offer very much a solid mandate for climate change mitigation measures, but each action actually has to be translated locally, and it must be locally owned and also locally understood, like the example that I used in Mali before. And so what is important to remember is also that peace building and climate change mitigation measures or adaptation measures, they don't happen in a vacuum. Whether we're talking about a small-scale forest conservation project or a large-scale bilateral commercial agreement between countries, all of these initiatives have different and wider dynamics that are at play. And here maybe as an example, especially coming from the peace building field these last 15 years, perhaps a forward-thinking example could be to work in areas that are not yet experiencing violence or the deep effects of climate change as an entry point into what we call conflict prevention. At Interpeace, we work in different ways depending on the context where depending on where the conflict is in terms of its trajectory. We can be working on, on activities to prevent violence, on activities to rebuild trust in a post-conflict situation, or to support reconciliation efforts. But we know from the peace building field that conflict prevention is very difficult to operationalize. But working on prevention or climate change mitigation can be a good entry point to reinforce community cohesion through the protection, for example, of forests, land, agriculture, or cattle. So if this is done in what we call a peace responsive way, that integrates both the environment, social cohesion, we are looking at opportunities to really build the social capital, but also protect the environment and the livelihoods of citizens. And maybe by way of concluding, although I said at the beginning of my intervention that climate change can be a conflict multiplier, it's also an opportunity for peace building, but it requires three things. One, it requires that we ensure that action is on the ground, whether it's small, medium, or large scale, not happening in faraway places or being decided upon in faraway places. Two, it requires systemic action at the political level, because if you don't have the political will, then we're not going to get very far. And third, it needs national strategies that align both climate change mitigation efforts and peace building efforts. And it's useful to draw parallels between these two fields, and that each scenario will essentially demand a different type of response, and especially a tailored approach to each and every context where any of us are intervening. And it requires us, as Daniel was saying earlier, for us to increasingly work together and collaborate together so that we can reduce vulnerabilities, risks, and conflicts in societies. Well, let me stop there for now because I know we're short on time.
Thank you, Brené. Very interesting insights from all of you. And our last speaker is Laura Omer. She's from the Europe-Asia Department Director, Conciliation Resources. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and it's always hard coming last in a panel, partly because I'm aware I'm currently standing in the way between you and a very nice lunch, but also because there's been some excellent remarks made that I'd really like to respond to and build on. And I'd like to particularly pick up perhaps from where Renee left, and again, coming at this from a peace-building point of view. And as has been said over the last couple of days, that in track one peace negotiations, in kind of the formal national, international peace negotiations, the environment isn't at the table or isn't on the agenda. But there are many examples where climate-related security risks are part of the peace-building agenda. And I'd like to take some of the lessons from those and see how we can then apply it to peace negotiations in the formal spaces. So firstly, and recognising the challenges that have been raised by Antje about this, but again, I'd like to agree with Renee that the environment can be a positive topic to bring people together. We heard yesterday from Maroon about how political actors in Libya use the environment as a neutral topic to discuss. And I've been privileged to be part of conversations recently between climate actors, private sector, and other peace builders, trying to support a joint environmental facility in the Punjab region, which is looking at climate-related risks and responding to them across Pakistan and India. And in that, environment's the topics that's bringing people together where politically it's much harder to. It's hopefully helping to build a confidence outside of formal processes that can further enable those to take place. But what's quite interesting and what I think we need to reflect on is what works in that is the environment is seen as a shared resource. It's not something that is carved up and handed out, as often is the case when we think of taking environment to the peace negotiations table. And I think we need to reflect on the idea of power sharing when it comes to the environment and natural resources. And in negotiations, make sure that it is not just a division, but also a sense of responsibility of those for how something that is ultimately a shared resource can be that. Secondly, I also want to raise the point and the importance of thinking beyond borders. And in thinking through some of the examples I've seen where we've looked at climate-related risks in peace building and reflecting on a lot of the work I've seen around transhumanist work, there were some really interesting points I've originally wanted to pull out around using satellite data alongside long-term analysis. But none of that actually works if we don't realise that neither climate nor conflict stick to the national borders we've created. And this may sound really obvious, but if we don't get that right, and if we don't make sure that we are looking at regional, international discussions and negotiations, or when we're looking at a national process, making sure that those porous borders are being considered and aren't just being kind of put to one side because it doesn't fit nicely what we would like to have on the piece of paper, then really it's not going to have any success no matter how much great data and use of satellites we have. And the third point I'd like to make as well is about the importance of local and Indigenous knowledge. And again, it's been something that we've touched on quite a few times over the last 2 days, but I think really does need underscoring absolutely and is fundamental to this work being successful. And I look to work undertaken by my colleagues working with partners in Fiji, where there are immense risks around climate that will affect conflict and are affecting conflict. Thinking about land use, climate-related displacement has also just been mentioned. But increase in natural disasters, the response to climate itself being another potential conflict driver if done without conflict sensitivity. But many of these issues aren't new. Many of these issues have been there for quite some time. And actually, in many cases, not only is there Indigenous knowledge about how to respond to the environment and land, but also actually in how to deal with some of these conflicts that might arise. And my colleagues in Fiji have worked with partners to develop an approach and resource to conflict analysis and peace building that addresses these climate-related risks, but centres local techniques and Indigenous approaches to peace building as fundamental within that. And through the analysis that's happened through that, they've been able to allow conversations to happen within communities, between communities, and also between communities and government. And I think one of the key lessons we need to take from this is, yes, it's important to have climate experts around the table or climate data when we're talking about peace negotiations. But let's also make sure we are bringing in the voices of local communities, of the conflict-affected communities, not just because it is the right thing to make sure those voices are represented, but often because the knowledge is so valuable to responding to the issues, and we potentially lose out so much by not having them there. And lastly, I kind of want to end this with almost a question, actually. And in thinking about what is the role of the environment at the peace negotiation table, we've talked about, is it part of the table? Is it part of the agenda? And actually, I think we want to go further than this. I want to suggest that the environment is a catalyst for us to relook at how we look at the peace negotiation table. that actually if we want inclusive, sustainable peace, we need to address these aspects around who's at the table, what information is being valued, which aren't new and aren't unique to the environment. But knowing that there is the momentum around including the environment at the moment, that we know it's an issue of utmost importance we need to address at the moment, let's use this to address and really fundamentally look at the paradigm of how we are thinking around peace negotiation for hopefully better, longer lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Your insights have been very inspirational, and some of the aspects that you dealt with are overlapping, at least from my point of view, because you were talking, Laura, and also René, about the limits for mediation as such in certain way. And I wonder if it would be possible to bring other ways to settle disputes, and which can be acting at the same level of negotiation as, for instance, conciliation or even inquiry and other possible mechanisms. Also, Professor Luis, he put the focus on the necessity to bring new avenues for integrating the migrants and refugees who are fleeing the disastrous scenarios because of the climate change. But I wonder what is the key to integrate them well without provoking more xenophobic reactions in society, and this is maybe one of the key points to keep in mind, because we have to be aware that there could be violence in that regard, and it is necessary to organize it well. And also, Donald brought very interesting ideas regarding the need to have an approach between the European Union and Africa, in particular regarding the exchange of best practice. And there are many natural resources which are still pending to be explored, exploited, and distributed. And so, in particular, talking about hydrocarbons and the extension of the continental shelves, there could be latent conflicts, even armed conflicts in the future. So it is necessary to put all the energy now, all the efforts at the table to avoid, to prevent possible further conflicts. Laura told something very, very important regarding the importance, stressing the importance of bringing local communities at the table, including indigenous peoples, because they are the only ones who have the valuable knowledge which must be shared with political leaders and other relevant actors. And I wonder if it would be possible to spread the current pattern at the United Nations Security Council with the formula area, because it is only used randomly, very episodic, in a very isolated manner. It could be useful that the European External Action Service could import a sort of consultative status for embracing in a formal or an informal way the civil organizations which are working on the ground, because I know that different institutions, the Commission, others, usually discarded that idea because they can consult whenever and with who is needed at a precise time. But maybe could be convenient to have a regular channel to have consultations. Maybe there could be a new way to receive valuable inputs from the ground that the institutions should take into account. Well, this is a question which doesn't need to have an answer at this moment, just to break the ice and receiving more questions from the audience. Anyone who, but we have to, yeah? We have 2 minutes or even for how? 1 minute. This is our last minute. Yeah. So, anybody would like to have a memorable last sentence to share with everybody here? 2 minutes? Okay. We can do miracles with 2 minutes. So, I would like to ask if there is one question from the audience, just one question. And meanwhile, I would like to ask the panelists that they launch just one sentence as a main message to convey to the political authorities, to all the relevant players who are working on these issues nationally and internationally as well.
Well, if I may, it's just maybe also to complement the question, and I think it was great to have, two sort of peace builders here at the table, because I think the entire question of should nature be at the table is also be answered by, the fact that we actually have to endorse multi-track approaches. That means that working with track 2 or track 3 or civil society on the ground who uses climate and environment as an entry point on the agenda for negotiations or for peaceful resolution of conflict, let's put it this way. And, us being still able to endorse, maintain, and push also a new international sort of normative framework that allows to protect nature in a more efficient way.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone who would add? Yes.
Estoy completamente de acuerdo con Angie. Un minuto. Tenemos que incorporar todos estos temas en los tratados de paz y de negociación para evitar pues, lo que puede ser una catástrofe de una inmigración descontrolada de despavoridos isleños que se puedan ver amenazados por inundación en estas islas pequeñas que he citado del Pacífico. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Laura?
I'll just be very brief, but to say I think one of the benefits of this panel and all the other panels is actually having individuals from different experiences and from the science and climate backgrounds to peace builders. And that's what we need to be doing more of, not just in talking about how we do things, but in how we do things as well. That linking between not just bottom up and top down, but science and peace building is really the only way I think we can take this forward.
I agree completely, and we will have more opportunities. And Renee and Donald, would you like to add just a final appeal?
1 minute, 10 seconds. Just to build on what Laura was saying, actually, for me, it's about exercising muscles. The more you practice at being together and working together collaboratively with other sectors, like we are here today, that just makes us stronger. And I think we don't need new innovative answers. We have them. We just have to exercise them. So voilà, thank you.
Thank you. Donald? I'm afraid that Donald is not remaining there. Yeah?
Los ha felicitado la Pascua de Navidad.
So, time is over. Thank you very much for all your wonderful insights.
I'm very sorry. If you allow me, we would be happy to take 2 questions from the floor in order to enhance the interaction indeed. So I don't know if anybody has a question to pose to the panel.
If the question is also direct towards here, I didn't hear.
Yeah, no, sorry. Indeed, to the panel in order to have 2 to 3 more minutes of interactions, if that's okay. So if you have a question.
He wants to ask more questions. Hello, Fabian Keske from the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. Actually, to the question regarding how to represent nature at the negotiation table, just very practically, I was interested, because who can actually do that? Is it scientists, mediators? Is it kind of a nature's advocate? Are there any I mean, not probably solutions, but options that are discussed? Because I see many caveats actually in this question. Thanks.
Can I answer this? Yeah. I think we have several answers. I think you have one. I think you have one, which is the science, the indigenous communities probably. And I think for me it was, I mean, you would need, if you would have it at the table and not on the agenda, which is the question that we're asking, right? So then you would have, and that's why I suggested to have a special representative on whatever, climate security, that would be sitting at those tables where climate and natural degradation would be negotiated. And so it's almost having a representative for that nature, so that's being thought of.
Rights for nature is the same. There's a complex articulation to be representative.
That's one way of doing it. So the other way, maybe my colleagues would like to come in here as well.
I think it obviously depends on the type of negotiation, who else is there and what else is happening, because one way would be having communities themselves represented. These are the individuals that are using the land and the environment and are having to deal with the effects of it. I do think, though, that in cases where it does help to have a separate representative who is almost bringing the science and the data in, that can be really positive as well. I would say it would be great to make sure they are speaking to communities and that there is some form of channel of communications and passing that information through. But I think there can be quite a few different ways of looking at it, depending on what the context is as well, which is not an easy answer, I know, and not a neat one.
En un minuto, muchas gracias por su pregunta, yo diría oír a los científicos. Los científicos nos pasamos muchas horas, muchos satélites, el sistema Galileo-Galilei que hemos desplegado con 3 satélites en pocos días, son 27 satélites, estamos con una seguridad absoluta de cuál está el cambio del nivel del mar a nivel satelital. Sabemos cuál es el cambio de pH, el pH es la concentración de hidrogeniones en el océano y cómo esto está afectando a los arrecifes. Sabemos cuál es el calentamiento que se ha producido en paleoclimatología a lo largo de estos últimos 100, 150.000 años, qué es lo que ha pasado con el clima y quién puede estar representado en la mesa. Yo diría los científicos aportamos datos. Ahí están los datos, el calentamiento global, pero no solo el calentamiento se va a seguir produciendo, aunque pongamos coches eléctricos, aunque pongamos placas solares. Tengo que decir, desgraciadamente, que el calentamiento, por lo tanto, en las mesas de negociaciones tienen que estar los científicos advirtiendo de lo que va a pasar dentro de 40, 50 años. No somos profetas, somos científicos y decimos lo que ha pasado y lo que pasará en las próximas décadas, de acuerdo con el acontecer de las condiciones climáticas. Muchas gracias.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much to all of you. Thank you. A real pleasure. Very interesting. Thank you. Excuse me?
We got a lot in, considering time wasn't on our side.
Yeah.
But I think we did well.
Montserrat ha tenido el papel más difícil, moderar la última mesa con 3 cuartos de hora de retraso.
Pero muy bien.
Gracias por ponérmelo tan fácil.
Se
Habéis
hace lo que
estado
se puede.
fantásticos, sí, ya lo creo.
Yo he procurado hacer este.
Sí, sí. Sí, 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 sí. Os lo agradezco mucho, muy bien.
Muy bien,
Enhorabuena.
Montserrat. Gracias.
Where are you from?
UK, London.
Yeah, of course, the accent
It gives
was
it away.
London, but I thought, oh, maybe she was living there for, because it's so pure, so beautiful, the accent. Yeah. I was born in London, but it was an accident. It was an accident just to some weeks being there, my parents, and I was raised in Spain. So
Well, dear friends, partners in crime, we are now reaching the final session of the workshop on climate, peace and security. It's been 2 very intense days, and we have here the Secretary of State for Foreign and Global Affairs, Ángeles Moreno, who is going to give us a keynote address. And then we will review the results of the workshop and take away and the future initiatives that will eventually come from this gathering, from this meeting. So I would like to give the floor now to David Gallardo, who is representing the municipality of Sevilla, our gracious hosts, and whose support have been absolutely critical for this initiative to take place. So, David, the floor is yours.
Muy bien, bueno, buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Quiero manifestar nuestro agradecimiento al Ministerio, en este caso, a la Secretaría de Estado, Ángela Moreno, que está aquí hoy con nosotros, a todas las instituciones, a todos los representantes gubernamentales y de entidades que participáis hoy en este seminario, Clima, Paz y Seguridad, y que lo hagan hoy en Sevilla. Para nosotros es un verdadero honor y es un verdadero placer. Sevilla, evidentemente, quiere ser parte también de las soluciones del cambio climático. Sabéis el compromiso que hay en la ciudad de Sevilla, el compromiso personal que tiene nuestro alcalde Juan Espada, el que le traslada también un fraternal saludo a todos los que estáis participando hoy en este seminario. Ha sido imposible por él y por su agenda poder asistir hoy aquí con nosotros, pero desde luego nos acompaña en el mismo objetivo común que tenemos todos y todas. Para nosotros es un verdadero reto en el que asumimos un compromiso, evidentemente, con los principios de construcción de la paz medioambiental, y creo que es necesario que ese compromiso lo asumamos de una manera cada vez mayor, tanto, como he dicho antes, estados, entidades, y bueno, pues todo el conglomerado medioambiental, que va a ser posible, en este caso, poder buscar soluciones, diferentes puntos de vista que podamos analizar hoy y estos días que han pasado, y que nos ayuden a mejorar nuestra perspectiva, seguro, y nuestra objetividad sobre la realidad, y que puedan aportar también soluciones a los retos a los que nos enfrentamos. Me han pedido que sea muy breve porque el tiempo apremia y parece que llevamos algo de retraso, y en este caso tengo el honor y el placer de ceder la palabra a Ángela Moreno Bau, Secretaria de Estado de Asuntos Exteriores y Globales, que va a empezar su conferencia. Muchísimas gracias, Secretaria.
Ayuntamiento de Sevilla por acoger este seminario. Dear friends, dear colleagues from different organizations, from different countries, from the civil society sector, from governmental sector. It is wonderful to see you all here in Sevilla. Still under the COVID aegis, but you're very courageous to accompany us here, and it is a pleasure to be here to listen to the conclusions of this seminar on climate, peace and security. I look forward to hearing the main conclusions of the panels in which this seminar has been structured. Climate diplomacy is essential to the development of our diplomacy, to the achievement of the SDGs. and therefore your proposals will be welcome. Before listening to your conclusions, however, I would like to share with you some ideas on the context in which we live and on the proposals that we are willing to promote within the framework of the common agenda that we wish and need to promote together. What is the context under which we are living now? Well, last 10th of September, the Secretary General of the United Nations put on his speech about our common agenda a challenge before us. We need to be able to think in 1 year about the consequences of the lack of sufficient progress in the achievement of the SDGs. The COVID crisis has put some more pressure on all the problems we were facing within the international community. The main risks we are facing, the climate crisis, the growing economic and social inequality have been accentuated by the effects of the pandemic, and they are affecting especially the most vulnerable groups with increasing intensity. This combination of systemic crisis and growing armed conflicts, the confrontation of major powers, places the multilateral order under the greatest threat in decades. As I said, faced with this situation, the Secretary General calls for an urgent action from international institutions and leaders, as well as civil society. This urgency asks us, all partners who agreed to push forward the Agenda 2030, this is civil society, governments, international actors, to try to review the international challenges we face and try to act commonly to reach our goals. The COVID has provoked a terrible health crisis, a terrible food crisis. Food supply chains have been disrupted. The climate crisis we were living and the climate displacement it provokes has been accentuated. Difficulties to access food, water, education, energy vulnerability, human trafficking, terrorism, all these has been followed by a terrible social and political crisis in many countries in our planet, and these challenges have now to be faced by us. As a reminder, in the last 20 years, the number of people displaced by armed conflicts and natural disasters has doubled, exceeding 82.4 million people in 2020. In other words, 1% of humanity is displaced. This is very notable in the Sahel, in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Venezuela, and very probably, most probably, also in the Afghanistan area and in the Afghan neighborhood very, very soon. This pressure that is being put in our societies needs to be addressed, and what you have been doing here, all mediation institutions that are working here, is very useful to governments to rethink together how we can work forward with the Secretary General proposal of endorsing this common agenda by 2023. The proposed summit for the future will have, as one of the centers, the launch of a new agenda for peace to address the roots of conflicts and promote new instruments for effective conflict prevention and resolution. The revision of the UN security and peace-building architecture needs to establish new partnerships and incorporate new actors, paying particular attention to emerging areas such as climate action, healthcare, and the use of new technologies in peace-building processes. The European Union is redefining its conceptual framework and instruments to enhance its role in conflict prevention and resolution processes. There is no doubt that mediation and new conflict resolution instruments will welcome all these efforts we are doing today to see how we can strengthen multilateralism and how the European Union can contribute to this effort. The United Nations Summit for the Future in 2023 will coincide with Spain's rotating presidency of the European Union. This coincidence presents an opportunity to take the lead in presenting flagship initiatives to reinforce the European Union's role in this process. These would be possible with a coordinated integration of different programs and initiatives aimed at inspiring operational solutions aligned with the priorities of the new mediation concept that was adopted by the European Foreign Affairs Council last December 2020. Spain is working to advance in several differentiated but connected areas. We want to define an integrated strategy for conflict prevention and resolution that promotes humanitarian diplomacy actions through specific objectives and lines of action. We are reinforcing our feminist foreign policy endowed with concrete actions in the wake of the Women, Peace and Security process. We want to strengthen contributions to the Global Plan on Refugees. The Spanish Agency for Cooperation, Stabilization Actions and Climate and Security Initiatives will be strengthened. We also support an international platform for mediation and conflict resolution through strategic alliances with other European and international actors, as well as specialized international organizations in the sector. These initiatives should aim to present flagship projects in the new priority areas of climate, environment, and conflict resolution, cultural heritage and mediation, women's peace and security agenda, and the impact of new digital technologies. You can count on our strong support from Spain to carry forward an ambitious and innovative but realistic and concrete action plan that integrates the different European initiatives for a real common agenda for climate, peace, and security. This partnership, which we hope will begin today in Seville, has enormous potential, and I encourage you to ensure that the proposals being discussed are translated into far-reaching operational initiatives that will enable us to move forward along this path and for ethical, strategic, and efficient reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, for this very clear commitment and your support for this initiative. And I would like to give the floor to Michael Keating, who will basically summarize these rich discussions and this intense interaction. So, Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ramon, for putting me on the spot, because I've so enjoyed the last 2 days, and one of the reasons I enjoyed it is because I didn't think I was going to have to do a summary, and then being told that I'm somehow to try and bring some of these things together in a summary form. So this is going to be very unscientific, what I'm going to do, and actually I would invite other people also, with your permission, to contribute to practical ideas going forward. But let me begin by thanking you, Secretary of State, for being behind this gathering, which is great. You know, it's really great to bring this constituencies together on this topic, and it's a measure of Spain's interest and commitment in this area. So really, thank you very much, and your presence here is a real sign of that. I'm going to just I'm going to float a few observations at you, some of which featured at the beginning of the meeting. And I hope I'm going to do justice to at least some of the things that have been said. I mean, I think the inspiring idea for this was that we do need to bring the worlds of climate and environmental knowledge together with the worlds of peace building, conflict resolution, and mediation. And these are two very rich universes, but they don't necessarily talk to each other as much. So what we've set ourselves as a bar is how we bring these worlds together in ways that result in very practical actions. And we all have our different perspectives on this. My perspective is from a conflict resolution point of view, but of course others have different perspectives. But that's what we are trying to do. I think we've had an interesting discussion about the degree to which we understand the linkages between climate change, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss on the one hand, and insecurity and violence on the other. And I think while there's been recognition that we need to deepen our understanding of these dynamics, particularly because if you're going to spend money and respond to these things, you better make sure you understand what the linkages are. But I hope I'm right in saying, and I said this yesterday, but I hope I'm right in saying, is that we don't feel that a recognizing the need to deepen our knowledge should be a pretext for delaying action. We have to get on with it. The linkages between how a changing climate, how destruction of water resources, the pollution of water resources, of land, how the race for new forms of new resources as part of the shift to clean energy. These things are clearly exacerbating tensions. They may not be the original cause of many conflicts, but it's pretty obvious, even if we do need to deepen our understanding of these things. I think another strong theme has been the need to reclaim the notion of security. Security is too important to be left to security professionals. Security is something, human security goes well beyond military actors. Security should not be interpreted as a military phenomenon. And if you look at what we've done, as it were, since the declaration of the war on terror, what happened in Afghanistan, what we're doing in many parts of the world, including arguably the Sahel and parts of the Middle East, there's this notion that if there is insecurity, you need somehow to have young men with weapons, involved in sorting it out. Actually, security is a much broader concept, and we need to reclaim that concept of security. And one of the most interesting discussions related to this was the need to benefit from the thinking of religious groups and spiritual groups on this. And ultimately, I think we had such an interesting session this morning in which they were saying that ultimately it's a cultural and spiritual transformation that's needed in terms of our relationship with the natural world and so on. And a different conception of what peace and security are. But unfortunately, I hate to say this, I am so full of admiration for those who are, fighting for this. We're not there yet. We still have a very, as it were, a much more mechanical view of security and quite a militarized one. I think one of the other themes that's emerged very strongly from this conversation is to link the top down with the bottom up. We have an increasing body of knowledge about what's driving climate change, what's causing environmental degradation, even of things like the role of the private sector. The private sector perhaps didn't get as much airtime as arguably it could have done, in this conversation. But you know, our knowledge of both the science, of the economics that is contributing to environmental collapse, to climate change, has shot up. But we need to link that with the lived experience of people, you know, who may not use the same words we do. You know, pastoralists in the Sahel aren't talking about climate change and precipitation. They're talking about what's actually happening in their lives and what they're seeing. And it's extremely important to connect their lived experience and their concerns about what's happening to them with this knowledge. And doing that is not as easy as it sounds. There was a very interesting conversation about data, and one of the points that was made is that, you know, people who are experiencing this kind of insecurity that is triggered or at least enhanced by climate change and environmental insecurity, their awareness needs to be raised. You could argue, actually, it's the people at the top whose awareness needs to be raised by about the experience that people on the ground are experiencing. They have a lot to teach us as much as we have to teach them, but it's a very different form of knowledge. And one of the things that we are guilty of in some ways as an international community is making all sorts of assumptions about what people's lived experience is, what they consider climate change to be, how they experience it, how they experience biodiversity loss, and what they consider to be possible solutions to address their concerns, which, as with everybody, are about jobs, they're about access to healthcare, they're about education, they're about, you know, rule of law and justice, and the degree to which an understanding of these problems will, you know, can be enriched through an environmental, climate change and pollution lens. You know, there's a huge area of potential to be explored there. That was, at least that's my takeaway. I also would like to make the point that, you know, we're at the beginning of this conversation in many ways. I suspect in 50 years' time we'll look back at this as just the beginnings of it, you know. But I do think we need to be slightly more precise about the distinctions between peace building, conflict resolution, mediation. You know, peace building is not necessarily the same as conflict resolution and dialogue to resolve violent conflict. They are very closely linked, but we need to start making some of the distinctions between these things. Another theme that popped up for me was, and again, I hope I'm not just betraying my own prejudices. I hope I am reflecting. You know, I am betraying my own prejudices. Let me be honest. I am betraying my own prejudices, but I think I'm doing it on the basis of what other people have said, is that there does need to be more attention to the specific problems faced by people in fragile and conflict-affected countries. They got slightly airbrushed out of the COP process, you know. They were lumped into the least developed countries, middle-income countries, and they have very specific needs. They do not have governments that have the institutional capacity or the stability to contribute to this, to ensure that the perspective of these people is incorporated in global arrangements, in funding arrangements, and I do worry that they are being left out of the equation. And we can understand why that happens. It's very difficult to work in these places. And I think that raises another point that came through, is actually what we discovered in the last day and a half, is there's lots of examples, even in the most fragile and conflict-affected states, of communities doing amazing things, you know, of coming together across ideological or tribal or political lines to come together around specific initiatives because they recognize it's in the interest of everybody to work together, say, in, you know, getting a water system going or replenishing that. But there isn't enough of that, and that knowledge is not being networked and shared, and that needs to lend itself to, there's a clear action point there about drawing upon the knowledge that does exist, networking it, and making it more available. I mean, having said that, and because I don't want to get attacked, afterwards for being dismissive of the importance of evidence and data, there is real importance in gathering more evidence and data. I think an extremely important point was made that I certainly am going to take to heart, is that every intervention should be accompanied by a deliberate attempt to track what you're doing and keep data on it and see how what you're doing changes so that you can learn from it and share it and so on. And I think that also speaks to another point, which was we are not very good at communicating the issues that we're talking about. We're still stumbling around. Politicians, you're a politician, we have a number of politicians or ex-politicians or wannabe politicians in the room probably. But, you know, cutting through to politicians on this stuff is not easy. And making the case for this, and data and information can be extremely helpful and useful in that regard, but we've got to figure out what are the metrics that we're talking about. You know, what are we trying to measure here, and what is the political case we're trying to make? And I think I would like to think that a lot of people here are saying, well, no, one of the metrics has got to be how much money actually is put into this area, and it's a bit of an orphan area at the moment because it's you know, it's not very well understood and defined and so on, but there's real scope for increasing investment in the area of climate security. And I was a bit mischievous yesterday in saying, you know, there's lots of high-powered diplomatic meetings all saying how important climate and security is. Well, that is not matched by real money, you know, to invest in this area and to support those who are trying to pioneer new approaches and look at the way an understanding of climate and environment can be used to promote dialogue, to reframe political problems, to, you know, engage actors in the resolution of particular situations around the world. So I've been going on far too long. Let me just conclude before inviting, am I allowed to invite others to jump in, or I can't remember what the...
No, we have later.
Oh, okay, so then I will shut up.
The Secretary of State has to leave in about 3 minutes.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were here for our party this evening.
For tomorrow, excursion to Doñana.
Yeah, so could you cancel whatever you were doing and join us, because it's clearly much more important. I think what's coming out of this, we've only got 3 minutes. One is we need a stronger community of practice, you know, and we've got to be deliberate about how we do that, and it's got to include politicians and diplomats and so on. Secondly, it's got to include practitioners, and thirdly, I would argue it's got to include people who are in the information, data, and strategic communication business, because we got to cut through. Secondly, I think a very strong theme coming out of this is the extraordinarily important role that Europe has to play, both European states and the European Union. We heard a very interesting and concrete list of suggestions coming from EU colleagues. I think that needs to be interrogated and pushed, but Europe I think has a very important role to play for that, partly for political reasons, partly because of, you know, all the politics around this that have already gone into it. And the third thing is, you know, Margot Wallström unwittingly made some offhand remark about it would be great if the 2% for defense was matched by 2% for, you know, climate and security. I think we should go for it. I think we should, you know, make that something that we pick up on. You know, maybe not new funding, but, you know, I think, I don't want to be flippant about it, but how do we make sure that there is real dedicated funding to support and turbocharge and accelerate the agenda that is emerging from this meeting? Forgive me for taking so long. I'm sure I haven't done justice to so many of the things that have been talked about, but you didn't give me much warning, Ramon. So there we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I know I didn't give you warning, or I even give you a choice.
Yeah.
But there's not such a thing as a free lunch, as you know. Anyway, I think we're all happy with the way you have represented the discussions and the results of these meetings. I know that Secretary of State now can take a real clear view of where is the debate, what are the issues at stake, and as she said, well, Spain will be there to support it. And now I think Secretary of State will have to leave. So thank you so much for coming. I know it's been a big effort, and I know that the agenda is very loaded, but everybody appreciates the gesture and your support for this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for coming again. Thank you for your debates. It's essential to have climate security on the agenda. Climate diplomacy needs to be on top of it, for sure. This is the only way to reach our sustainable development goals and behind. So we will try to put these on the agenda, as I said, during our presidency, but before too. So we still have 1 year to prepare the Spanish presidency of the European Union. And I'm sure we will have the possibility to work with you and with other organizations to, I'm not sure to reach these 2% of our investment in climate issues, but if we get these 0.7% we need to reach in cooperation to development, and we channel it to environmental issues, this will be already a lot of progress. So thank you for your inputs and for your thoughts and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a 2-minute pause while the panel is assembled. In the meantime, we'll say farewell to the Secretary of State. But please, panelists, you can come to the floor.
Do the panel members know who they are? Shireen, Janani, Karen, and Mariko. Maybe I should go. Apparently, yeah. microphone. So Ramon is chairing this, but I seem to have been told to be the interim chair, or unless we wait. Shall I just see how long he's going to be? Or do we just kick off?
He's probably saying goodbye to the State
Yeah, but
Secretary.
I don't know if he's taking it to the airport or what.
Oh, goodness. We can start.
So, I should have asked you this before. I don't know if you've got some points you would like to make, or should we just have a? I'm not the chair, so I'm just trying. Should we have a conversation, or do you want to kick off with some?
Let's have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation. So let me ask each of you, what do you think has been the most useful thing about this? That's one question. And what is one thing you think we should think about doing in practical terms going forward? Would one of you like to start on that?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Michael. I think there have been some really clear commonalities. I think everybody has echoed the need for a community of practice, of a shared narrative, a shared understanding, kind of defining our terms on this. Not that I want us to go back to kind of academic discussions on, how do you define security, but I think this is important for us to be able to move forward. I also heard a lot of expressions of need for analysis, for capacity, for trainings, for support, to build up the kind of the knowledge base so that people can act on this. And I think I really didn't want to plug anything, but I would like to say that I mentioned yesterday that there is knowledge out there. I think a few of the kind of partners from the implementing side have said this as well. But I will say that there is this initiative that EIP is part of, that the Berger Foundation is part of, that many of the donors in the room are supporting. It's called Weathering Risk, and it does combine state-of-the-art climate data with conflict analysis to provide policy and operational resources, decision support tools and analysis. Some of it's already out there, ready to go. Some of it can be kind of requested. So there are places to go for knowledge whilst you're building up knowledge and capacity. And this resource is also extended to tools and trainings and accompaniment. So there is stuff out there. Yeah, I'll leave it there, and then after we can talk about what needs to be done.
Okay. In your absence, there's been a coup d'état, and you are history. No, you can take over. The question we thought we would ask is, what do we think we should do now? How do we take things forward, and what's been the most useful thing about this? I mean, who would like to go next? Would you like to go? Yeah, please. And then why don't you take over, Ramon?
Happy to go next. Thank you very much. Given that this is the closing session, probably also the moment to thank you, particularly to the Spanish government and you, Ramon, and your team, to organize. I've really enjoyed these discussions, and I think it was a high time to come together as a community, because I've had many conversations with many individuals here in the room, but never kind of jointly, so that was really, really interesting. Michael, you have done a great job in summarizing all of that's been said. There's a few areas, I think, and I've identified kind of 5 areas where I think we need to continue the conversation, and where perhaps we didn't have the space in the last 2 days to do that. And the first is indeed the interlinkages with other topics, and we talked a lot about how climate has to do with everything, as does peace. But I think also there is a lot that we can learn in this area from other work streams, whether that be WPS, but we've also talked a little bit, actually quite a lot about data. And so I think around digitalization and how important data is to provide evidence, but also how data can be used for misinformation, and how we need to kind of think about that area, which is happening on climate as much as on peace building. The second one is around financing and resource, and a lot has been said, but I think particularly on how can we learn from the climate community on bringing in the private sector, making sure that kind of financing is up to the task, and the 2% is one idea, but I think there's many, many ideas of how we can work in public-private partnerships and going beyond kind of not just financing our own organizations or the Western ones, but how can we work with grassroots, with local actors, and make sure that there is the resourcing that is needed. The third one, I think we talked a little bit about definitions, and while I think it's really important to have a clear definition of environmental peace building and of climate and peace and security, we hopefully aren't, we shouldn't get bogged down into having a discussion the same with the evidence. But I do think it's really important for us to have a common narrative, and one that is appealing kind of to our own constituencies in European countries, but also one that is a clear offer to the community of climate action or activists. What can we actually provide from a peace building, from a mediation perspective, whether that be, actually making sure that climate action can be taken in fragile states, but also that we are sharing the risk and that there's sustainability. But how can we, especially we've talked about time horizon, and in a crisis, the first thing you think about is just making sure that there's no violence, but climate action obviously has a sense of urgency too, so how can we align and making sure that, we're talking the same language and can move ahead forward in a fairly quick manner. And then the last 2 points, one is on impact assessment. I think we talked a lot about data and how we can measure peace building, and I think that's really important, but we also need to make sure we're measuring the environmental side of things. And the last one is, which I think is a completely different point, but a really interesting one that was made only briefly, but I think we need to have more conversations about what our climate action and mitigation in our own economies and in our own countries mean for the rest of the world, and how it has an impact on the global economic order in terms of resource extractions and many other linkages between mitigation and adaptation. So I think going forward, we need to continue that conversation. I'm hoping we will have another summit just like this, potentially, being a German-based organization, we're obviously hoping to welcome you in Berlin, but maybe anywhere else, and kind of learn from each other, but also most importantly, bring in, now that we've had this gathering between many peace-building organizations, making sure that we are more hearing kind of from the climate community what is needed, how can we work together, and within EPLO, within our own organization, we have working groups and we're exchanging, but we can only really come up with innovative new ideas if we're hearing other voices and other perspectives.
Thank you, Shireen. Certainly useful, and I sort of understand we had a subliminal invitation to Berlin.
Well, maybe Fabian can take that one.
Well, if not to Berlin, we may go to Luxembourg. So roll. It's time to rock and roll. Thank you.
Can I ask one question? Is Karin Arnon from the Ministry for Affairs of Netherlands connected?
Is she? No, I thought she was not.
Is someone making the connection?
I'm online. I don't know if you can hear me.
Sorry, I didn't see you at all.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Please, Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ramon. And let me first congratulate you and your team on this excellent workshop. And I've been able to follow it from a distance the past, 2 days. It's really, really good, rich discussions. So for this session, you asked on concrete elements for a roadmap on climate, peace and security. I've been noting different aspects during the conversations, and for me, I saw 3 elements popping up: the multilateral level, the more concrete actions on the ground, and the knowledge and training part. On this first aspect of strengthening efforts at the multilateral level, I see space for it's just a dedicated network that you've already discussed, a group of friends, or but also we can incorporate language on climate and security more structurally in products of the EU, of UN, mission mandates, etc. And I think there's also room to increase the cooperation between the EU and international partners like NATO, UN, African Union, OSCE. Catherine Wong already gave us some insight from the climate security mechanism. I think we can learn from their experiences. With regard to the concrete actions on the ground, I think there are many actions already taking place, but it's very, they're all very individual activities. We need to connect them. Different countries have their own programs, and I think we can look for closer cooperation and maybe even Team Europe initiatives. I did not hear the Team Europe initiative mentioned, but it might be interesting to explore further. And also on the reporting, I heard suggestions that, well, we need to report better, because if we don't have the reporting in place, we lack the evidence and we don't know what works and what doesn't. Innovative programs like Susanne Schmeier with the Water Peace Security Partnership, these innovative tools can enhance our forecasting, early warning, and then our ability to anticipate and adequately prepare for future crises. Maybe my last point on the knowledge and training, we need to get the conflict analysis right, and it means also taking in this inclusive approach. It has been mentioned by several speakers. We need to put the local population at the heart of the analysis. We need to share best practices like we are doing today, and make sure that training that we are preparing includes climate security aspects. So this is what I heard and what I've written down. Looking forward to hear more from the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I can see that you have been really following closely the discussions and the different panels. I have to tell you, whatever report you have heard from Seville, it's been a terribly boring 2 days. So don't believe a single thing of it. And anyway, I think what you said is very important. I think as member states, we can certainly take an important role in pushing for this agenda, for a European initiative. And I think there's a great convergence of minds in that sense. And I'd like to now pass the floor.
Thank you. Unsurprisingly, Karen mentioned already a couple of points that I was going to mention, and I think this is a good sign. Thank you, Karen, for that. I would maybe start once again with the strategic compass, where at the very beginning we were lacking very much language on conflict prevention, environmental peacemaking. It seems that though we are getting something after having insisted, and I think this is a start. So now, for me, the next step would be, and I think we've discussed it this morning, to create or to get going this group of friends in order to increase the lobbying as member states, try to influence the institutions, and then of course get resources, get finances behind this to get it going, to get it operationalized. The next element is, of course, and it has been mentioned already, the link to the practitioners. We have here at least 2 on this table, and there is many of them in the room, to gather all this very rich experience of which we have heard and seen a few % during these 2 days, to get this together and to see how we can include this in the support that we are ready to give, and how we can create the partnerships that Karen has mentioned. And of course, I would also include multilateral organizations in that. Then, and this is for me a little bit still the more challenging part, is the engagement with local actors, which is very difficult. But we have, at different levels, we have experience with that, and I think this is probably the hardest part in my view. Now I'm not able to read my own notes, which I just put together 2 minutes ago. Yeah, I think it is very important. I think Karen mentioned this already. Also, she referred to Team Europe. I think it is extremely important that we do not start as each and every one member state to fund our own programs, but it is very important to go for it in a very harmonized way, not multiplying our procedures and making people crazy on the ground with that. If we want to see results, we have to adopt harmonized approaches. And then I would like to come back nonetheless to the 2% that Michael mentioned before, and referring to Margaret Wallström from yesterday. As Luxembourg, we are starting a funding out of our defense budget on this, with the very clear idea behind to trigger a debate within NATO about this. And I hope that we will not be left alone with that. So it would be good to see other partners going that way, maybe trying to work on a more comprehensive concept of security, which is which is putting much more emphasis on human security, but not taking away the link to the traditional security partners. I think there are lessons learned from the defense community that we should take on board, and I think we should not create artificial borders in there. We should learn from these people, and I think, having worked with them now for 2.5 years, I can say that they may look sometimes a little bit strict, but there are some very smart minds behind, and they are also ready to partner up with others. So I think we should rather see how can we spend these 2% that we have committed to already, by maybe opening it up and allowing some support also for conflict prevention, mediation, environmental peacemaking, and so on. So this would be my plea, and I'm very happy to continue the debate, and I'm extremely happy, and I would like to extend my thanks again to Spain and the other partners here for having started this with this seminar, and I'm hopeful that we get this group of friends together to continue the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roel. And I think now, well, you are leading by example. You are the first one to adopt the 2% Wallström tax on defense.
If we're going to be strategic about our communication, don't use the word tax.
Tax.
Yeah.
That was deliberate, but okay. I think that is a very important takeaway from this meeting, and I think your proposal should be included in the discussions in PSC. So I'm sure your ambassador will receive instructions to do so, and to lobby the colleagues to actually follow suit. So you have a mission there that I'm sure will be successful. And now, Mariko, You have the floor and everything else.
Well, thank you very much, Ramon. Thank you, everybody, participants, speakers, for the time that we spent together in this room, also for the time that we got to know each other better outside this room in the beautiful city of Seville. And when I try to look back at the 2 last days, I have so many takeaways. And I think my main takeaway is that we seem to be ready to get practical. We here are a group that thinks very much in a similar direction. When we all go back home, we might feel like a lonely voice still within our own institutions, but we are a growing group and we can help each other. So that is my main takeaway, that there is a spirit, a readiness to join and step up the forces, to push the agenda, cognizant of the fact that something is already happening, but that much more needs to take place. And there's a recognition that there is no need to wait anymore. We have proof of the problem, and we have proof of concepts for how we could address it. Perhaps more evidence could be given, but we're ready to go. Best practices have emerged. Some have already reminded us of them. We have sufficient data and evidence. Pioneering partners have already developed tools that we are ready to use. And first experiences are showing that environment is an opportunity for peace, but that peace will fail if we don't put the environment at the center. We're still stuck at mini projects at the field level. What may be missing is the policy and institutional part that gives us a structural, predictable, large-scale operational space to roll out environmental peace building, mainstream it into all our actions. Environmental peacemaking is not a standalone issue. I liked it very much, I think it was Michael that you said, the EU itself was founded on a need to find an arrangement for national resource management. So there is a role for the EU to play to further herald the integration of climate into diplomacy, development, security. We share values, we support a common purpose, and we have the tools, the processes to roll it out. A big second takeaway that I have is that we want to work towards a broad security definition. Others have already mentioned it, but key ingredients for this broad definition are environmental peace, ecological design and regeneration, taking ecosystems as a starting point of our thinking. And I think we are also growing to an agreement on what the priorities should be when we want to take up that agenda. It prioritizes conflict prevention. It prioritizes fragile and conflict-affected states. And it prioritizes governance. And we're not talking only about governance and capacities of authorities over there. We're as much, and at the same time, and perhaps foremost, talking about governance and getting the new way of working right in our tough institutions right here in Europe. And last big takeaway, which really makes me positively minded, is that we have an appetite for building a community of practice. There may become a group of friends, and I'm so happy that member states are willing to take it forward. Perhaps this group of friends can help us get a roadmap for upscaling our action, and we've had it summed up by my colleague, what could be ingredients for such a roadmap. It might include a standby capacity, more evidence, better data, a lot of training and capacity building. We need different types of skills for scenarios, for on water, on hydrological cycles. But also we need a paradigm shift, and perhaps this group of friends can help us get there. And wouldn't it be nice if such a group of friends could be accompanied by what I call, in my own words, a strategic group of advisors? And that is where I'm thinking of you. Can you help us stay on top of developments, challenge these paradigms that need rethinking, revisit assumptions, stay knocking on the door and calling for that systemic change that some of you have been urging us to do. think through the risks of the future that we've not yet talked about, related to, for instance, the energy transition and the rare minerals. It was talked about, it was mentioned, but we have not thought it through sufficiently. Lastly, I am also very eager to take forward the lessons that we can learn from the UN when they already 3 years ago set up a climate and security mechanism. And that mechanism allows us to take a leap forward. We do not need to first build new silos. Let's start crossing them. We do not need to find out new types of methodologies and tools. Let's use the ones that have already been developed. And such a mechanism can be a catalyst that brings together this agenda and can mobilize us further. Lastly, and that is my fourth takeaway, a few of you have mentioned, let's harness the energy that is generated by the youth movements on the street. People call for inclusive methods, that we should have participatory design, and when we do our conflict analysis, we have to be sure to get the local dynamics into it. But let's also think of the voices that are out here in our own streets, in European capitals. Our own societies are growing into a different awareness. And this morning's session reminded of that maybe some new type, also spiritual inspiration, is moving them, making new demands. And the old premises of our own institutions and way of doing things are not enough to meet those expectations. So let's make the connections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariko. Very inspirational. Before going into the closing remarks, that is the privilege of the chair, I would like to open the floor for any comments. I don't think, we are not going to go into questions now, or I think if anybody feels that there's something that would like to be expressed, included in our final conclusions, is now the time. So speak now or be silent forever. Okay, I have one in the back. Yes, Philippe, and then Catherine.
Yes. Hi. I've been silent throughout. I'm from CMI because we don't do lots of work on climate and security apart from what Marwan was presenting. So I've had the privilege of learning, and therefore I have a couple of things that I've remarked that haven't been reflected. So maybe it was wrong or maybe it's helpful. So first, I find that the focus has to a large extent been on climate as a cause of conflict, as a threat multiplier, and here and there we've seen success stories where it's actually an enabler, or can be an enabler, and a convening power for bringing people together, which Marwan in his example, for example, highlighted. And I think that's an important aspect if we talk about the need for a narrative shift, for a paradigm shift. I think that's a compelling story. And I think that it might help come across a lot of the resistance that we find at the global level to this agenda, notably in the Security Council, for example. So I think for me, that's an important aspect of trying to have a certain narrative shift or paradigm shift to really bring to the fore this convening power that climate and management of natural resources or any of these related elements. Secondly, I would also plead that we remember also what Olivia was telling us, how we have to avoid that this becomes instrumentalized, in the sense that when I was still at the EAS, we were trying to identify a climate and security project at a global level that we could try and bring forward in cooperation with other international organizations. And we got a really strong pushback on publicly talking about climate and security in the Sahel, because of how it's been used by certain actors to take away responsibility from themselves, to not engage, to not take accountability, and to not look into the real root causes. So as well, to be aware of that aspect, again, when taking this envelope forward, to avoid that there is an instrumentalization, as we have seen to a certain extent on the women, peace and security agenda with women, which then ends up being counterproductive. And finally, rather than redefining security, let's reclaim human security in this context. And I guess that's what we're talking about, because let's not give ourselves an excuse to go back and revisit our concepts, which are quite good. Let's instead focus on showing why we need to implement them through success stories about the enabling power of this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Philippe?
Thank you. Yeah, just one remark because of what Karen said, which is very close to what we are trying to do at the moment of getting the analysis right. And what she said is something that I really would like to do much more, is get the people involved deeply in the analysis. But how? And that is something we have a big challenge there. We really have a big challenge. Do we have too many first of this conflict analysis to conduct if we include all the fragile and conflict affected states, which we do, in a very short time? And the second one is more important. It's the sensitivity of this. If you start conducting a conflict analysis in a country, usually you have the authorities first, but sometimes even our delegations will say, but no, there is no conflict here. What are you talking about? What is this? And so if you include around the table, of course, the local population, which has to be represented in a way or another, you are really facing an uphill challenge. So I'm all for it, and you understood from my remarks during these days also that I think this is the missing link. The people we are supposed to work with and not for are not there. The groups that will ultimately either benefit or be harmed by our interventions are not there, and so we need to find a way, and this is extremely important for this subject. It's important for all subjects, whatever you talk about, health, education, and food, etc. But on this, on climate, peace, and security, I mean, doing our discussions without finding a way to associate by any kind of means. I'm not speaking about international NGOs, but local groups is really a challenge we have to address. I know it was not probably the right time to make them come to Seville, but we need to find a way to do that in the future. And thank you, Karen, for saying this. And I think we will try to get it through.
Thank you. I think Catherine.
Just to say thanks so much, Ambassador Ramon, and thank you to the organisers. I think it's been an incredible journey, and I guess the climate security mechanism started in the same way. We were just 3 people at the very beginning, and we organised ourselves into a workshop kind of just like this, actually, with Janani and other colleagues as well. And 3 years later, our community of practice, I think, is 300 people across 30 different UN entities. The group of Friends on Climate Security internationally, I think some 60 member states now as well. And having that accompaniment there at the beginning, having Adelphi, having CIPRI, having Water, Peace and Security colleagues, I think has really got us to where we are. On this journey still, I think we're very humble. We realise that we're still learning. There's still so much more that we need to do to institutionalise, to try to systematise this body of evidence as well. And so I think we'd really welcome the chance to keep exchanging and to learning with you and together with you and exchanging experience moving forward. So please do think of us as part of your kind of extended community of practice as well.
Thank you, Catherine. Any more remarks? If there is no any more remarks, then I would like to make mine.
Ramon, could I just respond to?
Of course you can.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on the point that Philippe made and something that Catherine mentioned. I think on the ensuring that we have the risk analysis, I absolutely agree. I think that's the first step. It's the most critical kind of barrier to being able to move forward. But I don't think it's such a challenge. I agree that it needs to be done at the most local level possible. But I think what you mentioned, Mariko, this kind of standby capacity, a drawdown service, is perhaps a bit more of a pragmatic response. I think something, Karen, I don't want to speak on your behalf, but I think this is something that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands have done really well with conflict analysis, just having a partner or a network of partners that exist, and they can then just pick up the phone and say, in 2 weeks, we need risk analysis on this context. That was for conflict, but I think that model has worked well, and it's possible. It exists as a climate security expert network, a network of global experts. It can be grown. There's a lot of local experts already out there. And I think it's not such a challenge, but I think that the point I want to stress is that it doesn't have to be done in-house. It doesn't have to be that you need to build this capacity yourself from scratch. I think that's actually a massive waste of resources. Use what's out there and just know who to call and how to tap that. And I think it's possible, like the networks that Catherine's mentioned. And then on the resources and then the learning that we can look to, I think Catherine and some others have mentioned the group of friends in New York. And I think there's some really good learning from that. I think it feels like this is the next step. We're going to build on this and put together some form of, or at least I'd like to see this establishment of some kind of an informal group of like-minded partners within the EU that can take forward something. But hopefully that something is standout, like concrete action and operational projects and approaches and solutions to tackle climate security risks. And when I look to the UN Group of Friends on climate security, it's been great. It's been a really good first step, but it didn't ever have an action plan or a roadmap. So I think we need, if we're talking about doing this within the EU context, we need a roadmap. And I think this is what we had talked about, and what I would say, if I could, the 4 things that I'd like to see on this roadmap that are pretty doable. First of all, I think whatever we do, we should build on what's come. So we've got the Netherlands in the room, we've got the Germans in the room. Let's build on the Hague Declaration that came out of the Planetary Security Conference 3 years ago. Let's build on the Berlin Call to Action that came out of the Berlin Climate Security Conference 2019. Both of those are a really good blueprint. They both build on each other, so let's take the next step from there. And then I think in terms of what to do, both of those really set the scene to consolidate our kind of common position, and now this really needs to move towards action. So the 4 things I would suggest are risk analysis. We do need to put risk assessment into the heart of operations, but this means we also need to invest in this and incentivize this. I think I would like to see making climate security risk analysis and also putting then the right indicators into M&E as a mandatory part of all funding and all programming across the EAS, but across the different directorates of the EU more broadly. On the operational side, I think we should see, or this group of friends could push towards prioritizing the integration of climate change into early warning, mediation, peacekeeping, peace support operations, not just looking at climate and environmental peace building, but looking across our existing areas of programming of where we need to, with the climate kind of analysis, identify the relevant dimensions within these other areas of programming. We've talked a lot, third point, about this community of practice. I think this is incredibly important. A regular meeting of this community of practice is important, otherwise it's just a amorphous network. So let's see if we can meet every year or regularly at least. And there is the Berlin Climate Security Conference that is happening every year, maybe the next of these meetings, if I may, on behalf of the German government. It could be in the margins of or be a standalone part of the Berlin Climate Security Conference 2022. It would fit wonderfully. And also, there is this growing community of practice. There's a lot of focus on Europe and North America. Let's see, can the EU also make use of its regional alliances and also kind of connect and bolster other geographic hubs where there isn't such a strong presence through in ASEAN, for example, or through some of the RECs. So using this EU-focused community of practice to build networks in other regions. And then the fourth and final point is around advocacy and global leadership. Let's get this common definition and let's use it to create a common narrative. We need to move beyond climate change as a threat multiplier. That tells us nothing, towards telling us what we can do about it. So let's try to develop a shared narrative, and then as a body, this group of friends could be tasked with ensuring that this issue of climate change and the risks posed to peace and stability remain at the highest, are raised to the highest levels of kind of political consciousness or geopolitical consciousness through high-level EU events at the next COP27. It was so fragmented this year because there was no person, no state taking the lead. Let's get it on the agenda at Cairo, G7, G20, Munich Security Conference, Aspen. I think we should have we should have this shared understanding, but use it for kind of leveraging kind of our leadership on this. That's it, my 4 points.
Thank you so much. You really kept the bombshell for the end. Good. I think we have a lot of very good points, and we will certainly put that in the conclusions. I don't know if there is any other interventions from the floor. If not, then I will do the chair remarks.
Can I make one tiny point, which is somebody said, let's not allow what we're doing to be instrumentalized. And I just don't think we should forget that ultimately reduction of emissions and finance for people in the least developed and most fragile states, those are absolutely fundamental. And to distract energy away from that, I mean, I think this has got to be consistent with that and supportive of that. It's such an obvious point to make, but we haven't made it.
But important point. Very important point. So Mariko was asking for a paradigm shift. And in that respect, I always remember that during my time of Zen training is a practice that actually couldn't be more conducive to paradigm shifts than the practice of koan. That's basically how do you solve something that doesn't have a solution? How do you give an answer to a paradox? So the chair will invite Dokusho to actually give the chair remarks. So please, Dokusho, if you can take the chair. Here. No. If somebody doesn't have maybe translation devices, maybe you should get them.
Hello. Oh. Sí. Bueno, qué sorpresa. Y qué honor y qué responsabilidad. Yo he estado escuchando y realmente quiero expresar mi admiración por vuestro trabajo, por el esfuerzo, la voluntad, la profesionalidad, los conocimientos, la organización de la que estáis haciendo gala para, en definitiva, aliviar el dolor y el sufrimiento de muchos seres humanos, y no humanos, también animales. Es algo absolutamente maravilloso y deseo que todo sea propicio y de que todos los obstáculos se desbloqueen y
podamos llevar a buen fin nuestras metas. No obstante, me vais a permitir una pequeña crítica amorosa hecha de alguien que viene de fuera, que no pertenece en principio a este colectivo. Escuchándoos, da la impresión de que la crisis climática y la crisis de seguridad que provoca es como un hecho objetivo, un hecho natural, como si se acercara un meteorito a la Tierra y tuviéramos que hacer algo para evitar el dolor y el sufrimiento que eso puede suponer. Pero el cambio climático y la inseguridad que genera y que va a generar no es un hecho natural. Ha sido provocado por el ser humano. Es decir, ha nacido en el interior de la conciencia del ser humano. Entonces, veo toda vuestra atención enfocada en apagar los fuegos, en paliar los síntomas. Pero si no nos ocupamos de la raíz, es decir, si no somos radicales en el sentido de ocuparnos de la causa profunda de la situación, el monstruo de 1000 cabezas va a volver a manifestarse por todas partes. Entonces, no basta con apagar los fuegos que se van prendiendo. Hay que ir directamente a la raíz del problema, y la raíz se encuentra en una determinada actitud mental y emocional del ser humano, en una cierta concepción del ser humano de sí mismo y de la naturaleza. Y ahí es donde hay que actuar, aunque obviamente cuando una enfermedad aparece, lo primero es ocuparse de los síntomas para evitar que el organismo muera. Pero, por ejemplo, en el caso de la COVID, tenemos excelentes profesionales de la salud en los hospitales recibiendo a los enfermos, cuidándolos, tratándolos, dándole todo tipo de métodos para sanarse, pero al mismo tiempo tenemos un equipo de científicos que han estado investigando en la raíz y en la causa profunda de la COVID, y eso ha sido lo que ha permitido crear una vacuna o 2 vacunas que palíe y que contrarreste el efecto del virus. ¿Qué vacuna está este colectivo? ¿En qué vacuna está investigando? ¿En qué vacuna para transformar la conciencia del ser humano, que es la que en definitiva se encuentra en la raíz de esta situación? Así que, desde mi punto de vista, humildemente, os digo, buen trabajo en lo que estáis haciendo. Es muy importante lo que estáis haciendo, pero si no vamos a la raíz y no aplicamos políticas, medidas, presupuestos para transformar o facilitar la transformación en las conciencias de los seres humanos, vamos a pasarnos mucho tiempo y vamos a perder mucha energía apagando todos los fuegos que puedan aparecer, y desgraciadamente no tenemos mucho tiempo. Así que desde mi posición de neófito y de invitado, con toda humildad, pues quiero compartir, es lo que quiero compartir con nosotros. Necesitamos una revolución copernicana, en el sentido de que la revolución copernicana supuso el destronamiento del geocentrismo en la cosmovisión de Occidente. Ahora necesitamos una nueva revolución copernicana que destrone el antropocentrismo. El ser humano no es la medida ni el dueño absoluto de la vida. Por lo tanto, tenemos que poner a la vida, a la biosfera, al planeta Gaia, en el centro de nuestra ecuación y educar a las nuevas generaciones y educarnos nosotros para caminar hacia una nueva civilización ecológica basada en el biocentrismo. Así que muchísima suerte para todos, estoy con vosotros y ojalá que entre todos podamos completar de buena forma este trabajo. Muchísimas gracias por vuestra atención.
Well, and I think now we have reached the end of the workshop. Certainly not the end of the road. Dokusho has put something that is probably more difficult even than changing the world, that is changing ourselves. But we may start tonight. There is something else. There is a little surprise. So, fasten your seatbelts and get ready. Thank you so much.
I have to end by thanking, on behalf of everybody in this room, Ramon, you and your team that has put this together. I'm sure there's a lot of people involved, both here in Seville, in Madrid, and for your energy, acrobatic skills, dancing skills, and everything else. So really, I would like to applaud Ramon, and through him, the team that he has brought together and that has supported this whole thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, but actually they did all the job. I mean, I was always told by a very wise ambassador I once had, never do anything somebody else can do better for you. And I have applied that principle ever since. And so if anything has actually been the root of that, of the success of this event is certainly the work that they have all done throughout these past few months. Alejandro, Gabriela, Judith, and also and especially my colleague Javier. Sorry? Certainly. No, let me finish. There's a lot of people here. No, the wonderful team of Konama who have really made a great effort and have been always there and have believed in something that was nearly impossible when we started talking about it, especially Antonio, and Alicia and Manuel, and a lot of those unseen actors, I mean, from the translators to everybody who has been here in Emacesa, the translators as well, and the municipality, Casa Africa, who have been also extremely enthusiastic also, and without whom this project wouldn't have been possible. And certainly all of you who have become part of this adventure that, as I said, seemed implausible, impossible, but finally happened. So, as I say, we don't believe in miracles, we depend on them. And this has been a little miracle. So thank you so much. And we just are starting the journey.
Very nice to meet you.